little boring here.
All right, so what's going on, everybody? I guess we're live. So sorry, we're underway. Things have been a little bit of a struggle to get going, but here we are. We're up and running. So thank you guys so much for your patience, for hanging out with us, and yeah, let's jump right into the action here. Looks like we've got Kareem and Scotty in the midst of a hand here. And all right, so Scotty here going to go ahead and bet. $375,000, just about half pot. With the bottom two pair and Kareem here out of the big blind. Looks like a favorable flop for his range. He's going to go ahead and take a stab here with the gut shot, check raising. And Scotty, who I didn't see exactly how we got here, but UTG1 opening to 750 is now all in with the bottom two pair.
And Scotty has jack something, not 7-5. There we go. Jacks.
Oh, wow. That was, yeah, okay. All right, why not?
So we have the ace-9 top pair and the over pair, the jacks. So what a start for us. Thank y'all for joining us. We're going to get through this technical stuff here as we got an all-in Aaron McAvoy and Eric Van Loosen here doing the commentary for y'all tonight. Big money tournament. Let's hope we can get this tracking right for you.
Yeah, so huge spot here. The ace-9 call off from Kareem against the all-in.
Can I go close? Yeah, it shouldn't affect the game at all. I agree.
Yeah, the players are rightfully irritated because they have also been waiting for much of the time. We are going to do the run out. We didn't see it on screen, but we do have it on the right-hand side there. 6-8 for the run out. We're going to chop the pot. Scotty here way out in front, but his opponent gets there in the...
Yeah, that's gross. First hand that we're getting to, and we had a little tech issue, obviously, but then we get a gross run out for the jacks who got it in good there.
Do want to take this moment to apologize in the role that I have here to the players for the delay that they had to endure, as well as any additional problems that we have.
We will put up the prizes here. This is what these players are playing for. Aaron, I understand you fired at this sucker down there in Houston.
I sure did. Went down there and played my heart out. Just did not play too bad. So.
Yeah.
Here in the booth with you, though.
Yeah, glad to be here and hope we get this technical stuff going on. We had the same issue in Dallas last night or the night before trying to get our tournament here. Not a tournament of this magnitude, but still $15,000 up top that we didn't get to live stream because we had some technical issues. So hope we get through this tonight because this is a huge payout, great tournament that Texas Card House put on, and we want to be able to stream this to you guys and let whoever is going to win this bad boy have their family and friends root them on.
Yeah, damn right. So on to the next hand we go. Hand number 4. And blinds, of course, at 50,000, 100,000 with a 100K big blind ante. Still 9 of our initial players making it to this final table involved. You can see that information up in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Daniel here going to open it from the hijack.
That's all. We said okay, then we win. Pro players. Pro players.
And Gabriel looks like he's going to call on the button. And what a flop we have here. Ace, ace, jack. Both players connecting with this board in a big way. All right, Daniel here out of position, flopping to pair. Goes for the check raise here after Gabriel bets his flop trip aces on the button. It's going to be a quick call now. And wow, another ace. Are you kidding me? What is going on here?
Oh, my goodness.
So this is going to run out just about as bad as possible for Daniel. Gabriel here looking at getting a double up because the check raise on the flop, then check, check, turn. I mean, this is like always a chop at worst, right? Like very, very infrequently does Gabriel have the quads. But it's also kind of tough to find any of the other hands that he's going to bet and then call against a check raise. Besides exactly just an ace or a jack, right? And an ace isn't out of the question. Sure enough, Gabriel has it. And now we'll see if he's going to go for all of it. Or, oh, he's going to go small.
Yeah, Daniel had a handful of chips and decided to check.
Yeah, I don't know about the small size, right? It's like, if your opponent has a jack, like, they're just not folding for a lot, right?
Super small, yeah.
I mean, are you trying, like, I guess the down bet is trying to get called by something like king, queen or something? I can't even imagine what check raises you on the flop that isn't a jack. And I don't know, whatever. He gets the 450. And that is going to move Gabriel up into the third position here.
Got a little view of some of the room there. Got Kirk Brown, who's doing some of the blogging on the website for the Trailblazer event. Yeah, big hands already. We got our short stack is TD in the 6th seat. Gorgeous, seat 8. Rocking that 3-coin gear. She is the chip leader at this final table.
Yeah, really cool to see Jessica coming in here as the chip leader and ready to set herself up for a big payday. We just had, you know, one of Jessica's friends, one of many of our friends, of course, Mallory, take down the big main event up in Dallas. Give Mallory a little run for her money or whatever.
Absolutely, I think she's on her way to Tunica as we speak too. So, the ladies are running hot. Start of 2025.
All right, Jack here under the gun 1. The ace jack. Jack, a fellow Austin player down there in Houston, repping the ATX, and he did collect all of my chips in a cooler situation in one of my entries, so glad to see him here at the final table.
How dare he do that to my man, Money McAvoy?
Well, everybody was doing it, so he wasn't alone.
I feel you.
All right, so 275 to go from Jack. JP here contemplating his decisions in the hijack. 4 million. And stack blinds have just increased 75,000 and 125,000 for the big blind and the ante. Hunter here out of the small blind, starting the hand with after the blind increase. not quite 25 big blinds, thereabouts. Or not quite 30 big blinds, I should say. I will refresh again.
Yeah, reminder after this, the season finale of the Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to TCH Social Austin. But even cooler, first flights are going to be at all the different locations. So if you're in Houston, Spring, Las Colinas, Dallas, you can fire on the dates that are showing there to get into that season finale at TCH Social in Austin. So great opportunity to fire at that tournament from your home location, and then if you are one of the lucky ones to make it to the day 2 and final table, get to take it down there at the beautiful club in Austin. Jack gonna open it up under the gun with a suited Queen-9 of diamonds. And hello, American Airlines for JP in the low jack.
Bunch of dust over and around to Scotty here, starting this hand with 12 big blinds. And yeah, this is kind of a gross spot. Like, this is normally just a slam dunk stuff. 12 bigs, you look at a you know, pretty decent pocket pair, but this is an under the gun open and a 3-bet from the low jack. Now, it's entirely possible that your hand is just sort of ahead of some big Broadway cards in both of your opponent's holdings, but this is a very dangerous proposition, and 12 big blinds in the small blind right now, so going into the button, got plenty of time to sort of wait for a better spot. And I actually really like this fold from Scotty. I think a lot of players go broke there, and Scotty finds the way out. Of course, needless to say, we've got TD here next to Act, who is even shorter, coming in with, what, 6 big blinds, 7 big blinds. And so, you know, you really hate to go broke there with 9s when you've got a player who is supposed to bust before you and give you that nice $2,200 ladder up, at the very least. The Queen-9 hits the muck as well, and JP is going to take down a profit of $575,000.
Yeah, again, looking at these payouts again. First man or gal out, $10,640 off this $800 buy-in. But man, you start getting in that 5th place and up, man, those pay jumps and those prizes are looking really nice. So a lot to play for, a lot to navigate here. You know, getting yourself in some tricky spots. You know, Scotty, like you said, with a really nice fold there. A lot of players would go broke there and potentially be first guy out at 10,000. 106 up top though, Aaron. What a prize pool for this event.
Yeah, 500K guaranteed, and coming in a little over 600,000 in the prize pool. Of course, always love to see the guarantee get met and exceeded, so it's nice to see that up in the 600K region. Yeah, 106,000 for first place. That is going to be a nice chunk of change for whoever takes this one down. And for right now, looking at the chip counts, of course, we've got Jess and Kareem up there at about 6 million. So roughly 40 big blinds, 45 5 big blinds, whatever that is. And then down to Scotty and TD, who are really kind of alone at the bottom, right? Hunter, Jack, Daniel, they're all sort of plateaued in the middle there, but in a pretty healthy position, up over 30 bigs apiece. So it's really going to be on those sort of bottom 2 players to navigate their way back up into the middle of the pack. Most of the players just hoping to sort of avoid disaster until those 2 players make something happen. All right, cutoff open here from Hunter. It's Scotty on the button. Decides not to do anything wild with the Jack 10-0. But Jack is going to wake up with some 6s in the big blind, and we could have a confrontation here. 6s, of course, the type of hand that you take off a flop with more frequently than 3-betting from out of position. Here we go. Middling pairs for both players. And no sets on this flop. Effective 3rd pair for both players. But a strong range advantage here for Hunter opening the cutoff. Going to have all of the better King X. And a nice little 5th pot continue. Jack gonna stick around here for this bet size. It's a little bit ambitious as you're gonna get bet on the turn quite frequently. Oh, never mind. This is a check raise from Jack. And an even more ambitious play than the call. Takes it up to 500K, and he's going to get this one through. The pocket 7s have no ability to continue. Jack making things happen here early. Let's go.
Aaron, do you recognize quite a bit of these folks? I obviously haven't played as much in that area. Anybody else from your Austin area, or is it mostly Houston players at this final table?
I think Houston players. I guess I can't speak for everyone here, but Jess, I believe, is down there. Player in the 5 seat. Scotty, I think, from the Houston area. Certainly run into him down there. Andrew, of course, the dealer in the box. Big shout out to him. A longtime player in the Texas scene himself. Slinging the cards here tonight. Of course, we've got Gabriel here in the 2 seat. Makes his way to a lot of deep runs. That man is an animal. And I'm sure anyone watching who has played with Gabriel knows that he might be in for 12 bullets, but he's all in. And you have to decide if he's got it or not. So what are you going to do? He's a challenge to play against because he likes to play for all the chips all the time.
That's awesome. Love it. Love that kind of style, and need to pick up a trick or two from a player like that.
All right, so after passing through the blinds here, TD on 800K. Oh, smidge over 6 big blinds.
You think it scares me?
No. I only need 1 card to win. I'm telling you. No, but he wouldn't have been funny. Like, yeah, if I win, I only
He just did it to me. I'm not that good. I asked him for another one immediately. Is that good?
Cooley K in the chat saying Houston money stays in Houston. Well, come on, bring some of that up here to DFW. splashed around a little bit, and we will return the favor. Great room down there, and obviously a lot of great players. Houston is known for Texas poker, for sure.
Just flexes the big stack for the first time here, opening the small blind and taking it
No,
down.
it was to him, not to you.
No, you're good.
It was not about you. It was
Whatever you raised with, you were probably
It was to him, not at you at all. He's just.
Still all 9 players
What did they say? How do you
in
say
one
it?
of the bigger ones we hosted up here in Dallas that you commentated on, the one that Mallory took down. It went, what, over 3 hours before we had a single elimination. Let's hope we don't have that again this evening.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. 3 hours for the first elimination is fine, as long as 8 hours and us, you know, sort of going into the wee hours of the morning. That's a little bit of a different story. But we're locked in. We're here for the long haul. We're ready to see these players battle it down to heads up and someone take home the $106,240. But for right now, we are indeed sweating that first bust out for the 9th place payout of $10,640. Here we go, Jack, who's been active so far, finds another small pair, this time the 5s, opens the cutoff. Jess makes the call on the button. JP now in the big blind. Ace-9 offsuit. This is sort of a hand that you would much rather squeeze and be done with. Just winning it pre-flop. Or just folding, I think. Like calling, I mean, you're getting a good price, but you just always kind of feel like you're in no man's land with a hand like this. You don't know if an ace-high board is good for you. You're disconnected. You're unsuited. And JP here seems to agree. He is going to go for the 3-bet route. And especially with this being a cutoff open button call, right? Like, those should be some pretty wide ranges. Jess should be 3-betting a lot of her best hands. So, JP here, really nice spot. Let's see if he can get this through. There's the fold from Jack, and Jess should be not too far behind. However, I mean, with her opponent out of the way, a little bit of an incentive to play. 6s, though. Never really know where those are at.
No, you don't. They tend to shrivel up a little bit to a pretty good 3-bet sizing, 1.25 million. Really thinking this one through, though.
And there is the eventual fold. JP gets that through.
He's friends with Vlad and Nick. I know he's full of shit. I know he's full of shit. That nice boy acting did me.
Love the table talk. He's got a little smirk on his face, too.
He 3-bets me every time I limp on the button.
Kansas Cooler joining us in the chat. What's going on, brother?
Keep folding. It's a good play.
Says Jess is a boss, born a champion. That's from one champion to another there.
I did the same thing I did last time. No. Make me. Make me.
A lot of history here between these players. I mean, and especially the Houston crowd, they're not shy about ribbing each other and getting after it. A lot of energy.
Energy and big personalities, right? Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Yeah, that's the truth. All right, TD found a hand that he can get all of his chips in there. Folds to him in the low jack, gonna stick the 800K in with the ace-4 offsuit, and JP wants a count. And this is like 6.5 big blinds, so ace-8 actually looks pretty good. He'd love to be in the big blind. It'd be just a trivial call, but probably still a call here nonetheless. Even with Gabriel behind. I mean, you hate to call and then have Gabriel jam, but if you jam and Gabriel snap calls off, then you know you're in a bad way. Oh my good lord. What?
Exposes the ace-8. Rut-row.
That was awful. From multiple angles. I mean, letting everyone know that you fold ace-8 to 6.5 big blind jam, and then also just like exposing the card. Obviously not intentional, but my goodness.
Yeah.
You're saying a lot of places like it's only lunch.
Jessica, not at the table here.
I know you're not seeing double. Technology not allowed on the table, so she stepped away for just a second.
It's not a penalty anywhere besides one place.
No. That's what I'm confirming what he said. I thought he was asking.
Off with their head.
Perfectly fine.
It was.
Yeah, of course.
You showed?
I didn't want y'all to see that.
Ace-8 though there, Aaron, like you said, 6 big blinds. You're doing really well against a lot of the smaller pairs.
He had the same
A
game he
lot
had
of those
last
King
game.
Jack, King 10, King Queens that are going to shove short as well. So definitely an interesting fold there. Like you said, maybe Gabriel, the style of play, just didn't want to get jammed on to his left. But nonetheless,
I mean, to be
players
yeah,
know
and-
what he's folding.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, ace-8 is sort of on the cusp, right? Like once you get, you know, a couple pips below that, like ace-6, ace-5, I mean, you start
Mucking.
just like letting it go. But ace-8, I think, is like right on the edge and pretty solidly on the edge. I mean, I think ace-7 suited, ace-6 suited definitely make the call. Once you get into the offsuit varieties, right? Like you don't want to be calling too many hands with sort of middling aces. But yeah, ace-8-0, I think 6.5 bigs. Your opponent is just going to be jamming. Like you said, just a pretty wide range of stuff. I mean, Jack 10, right? Like,
Right.
I mean, you got 6.5 bigs. You're in the low jack, folds to you. Jack 10 suited, it's going in there. Obviously, ace-8 is not just like miles ahead of these hands that we're talking about, but you've got a sizable advantage, a chance to eliminate a player, pick up some much-needed chips, and of course, you know, JP, he's got like 40 big blinds, so
It's a quick one.
those are some juicy spots, right? Like that's how you go from 40 big blinds up to, you know, 50 and kind of solidify yourself at the top of the totem pole. And if you lose a hand, I mean, yeah, you don't like to just bleed off 6 big blinds left and right, but taking those opportunities when presented is usually in order. But at the same time, I mean, there's a lot of ICM involved here too, and I don't know. I mean, I haven't studied these spots well enough. You know, I mean, maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe ace-8-0 is full. But anyways, let's move on. As hand number 13 is underway. Still no players eliminated.
Small blind, big blind, King 6, 7, 5, neither player connecting.
So by 7-5, we mean pocket jacks, right?
Right, that's what we had the first hand we had up. No club.
Yeah, blind versus blind here. Kareem with the king high. has some showdown value. Hunter here has just absolutely nothing, and is just going for the full shutdown. Just doesn't want to get sort of enticed into a bet when his opponent just has like 10-7 or whatever, and it's just like never folding. But yeah, here on the river after check 2 a final time, got one of the worst unpaired hands he's ever going to have, and able to get Kareem off the king high.
Nice play there for sure. All right, we got some people I recognize in the chat. We got a Tink checking in all the way from Turkey, and Mitchell from right here in DFW. Big payouts for this tournament, and of course we do have one final Trailblazer event coming up in the Austin area. I should say events, but the big 500K event hopefully can have similar payouts. We're playing for $106,000 here tonight, Aaron, so I think all these folks are going to go home happy with the 10K 9th place, but everyone's shooting for that huge prize, 106,240 up top.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice nice infusion for the bankroll here for whoever takes this one down.
Always love seeing this Houston live stream because they put the Houston skyline in the background and, of course, the kind of Astros-themed colors. So, well done. Even a DFW kid can give you some love.
Well, the deck giving Kareem a little bit of love here. A couple of aces on the button. Folds to him. Would have loved to have seen an open in front of him, of course. But he is going to open the big blind of Scotty here, who has passed through a full orbit without picking up any chips here. So
Scotty doesn't know.
Starts the hand with 10 bigs, makes the call, and does not connect in any meaningful way. So should not suffer any additional damage.
Yes, sir. It's Aaron McAvoy and Eric Van Loosen tonight. Getting to do this awesome final table.
It's because they have your hand at 75. On that 89 board, they have jack. But now because it's closed, but the figures it.
So as expected, 6-5 hits the muck quickly, and the aces win a small pot, but a win nonetheless. Now Scotty and TD are bang on the same chip count. 9 big blinds.
Yeah, 9 big blinds.
Yeah, after the cards were flipped up.
Big pay jumps to think about, but they're playing for the win. They're going to need to find a spot here. Look for that double.
They'll give you any 2 napkins over there. They don't care.
And honestly, Aaron, no one's really going to be thrilled to just call them off either. You know, they're both over that 1.2 mil.
Yeah, 9 big blinds is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, you double that up, and you're right back in the mix, right? I mean, you had the blinds and the antes in there, and you're on 20 bigs. So it's a nice little spin up. Gabriel opens the hijack with the ace-4 offsuit. This is the sort of expected. Gabriel likes to get after it. But Kareem making the call on the cutoff. And TD here, what a beautiful spot here.
Absolutely.
In the big blind, starts the hand with 9 bigs, has to put one of them in there middle as the ante. And now, the fantastic spot to go all in, and whether Kareem can find the call or he just picks up the money that's out there, it's going to be a really nice spot.
Yeah, again, that million chips is not going to be a death blow to either Gabriel or Kareem, but not loving the spot either. But Ace Jack definitely a little bit more comfortable calling this off.
Yeah, this is a pretty nasty dynamic, though, right? Like, Kareem starts the hand. He's got 8 big blinds, right? Because he had to post the ante. And so when he jams into these two players, like, you know that the sort of best case scenario is he's got like pocket 10s or pocket 9s, right?
Right.
Like, he's probably not doing this with ace 10 suited even. I mean, it's possible, but you're rarely just like dominating him. So does indeed have the 1 overcard here with 1 ace out of the deck. While Gabriel's ace 4. So beautiful spot TD to get the double up.
You say to me first, so you should
Can he hold with the queen?
Oh my goodness, both of y'all just hang up.
Don't say nice hand to me. It's okay.
We love each other, we get it.
I understand you're a nice hand.
I didn't say nice hand.
I know.
With the queens? I only got 1 over.
TD not liking somebody already telling him nice hand.
Give me ace.
Why would you ask?
It's okay.
Reverse psychology, asking for an ace, does not get it, and survives with the 2 ladies.
I don't know, because if it comes, I'd be so
Full double up for TD there.
I wouldn't forgive myself of that.
Yeah,
I'd be so pissed.
really big spot. Scotty there, of course,
It's
rooting against his neighbor, hoping to get the ladder up and then be sort of alone at the bottom, a short stack, but 2,200 richer. As it stands, Scotty is now the player in the most danger. 9 big blinds. TD up there at 20 bigs now. Looking pretty good.
Mitchell A., you are indeed reading this correctly. Season finale of the Trailblazer, the big main event, 500K. There will be flights going on in all the locations: Spring, Houston, Dallas, and Las Colinas. Check those dates. Fire a bullet at that sucker, and we may see you down there in Austin
I know who Nick is sweating.
for the day 2 and hopefully final table. Be great to get a good group of folks from all the big cities where TCH is home.
Yeah, how cool is that, right? Like, give everyone an opportunity to play in a main event, fighting for those big prize pools, but
Awesome.
you don't actually have to drive all the way to Austin unless you make it to day 2. So how cool is that?
Very, very cool, and hope to see some of y'all there. I know I'm going to fire here at one of those DFW dates.
Is the blinds not supposed to be an hour or 2? Is that not on the sheet?
40 minutes, not hour. 40-minute levels.
I thought they said day 3 an hour. I thought it said that on the schedule.
Better structure tournament?
Wow.
Great structure
I'm pretty sure
tournament?
it said that on the...
As I said, in a better one, yeah, it does look an hour.
Players wanting hour-long blind structures.
We're all deep enough to play 40 minutes. I think the real argument.
No, not all of them.
Yeah, I mean, 40-minute levels definitely on day 2. Thought it went to 50 or something for our last one, but yeah, it's definitely 8-hour level or 8-hour final table may have led to slight correction in that department. Nonetheless, we are here on hand number 16. Jack, 3-betting the open from Gabriel in the low jack. King 5 of hearts. And Gabriel will make the call in position, but Jack has the betting lead. 1.4 million in the middle, so stack to pot ratio like 2.5. And a king in the window, but an ace behind it. So both players connecting. This board actually favors Jack a little bit, as he should have a very tight 3-betting range from the big blind, at least from a traditional standpoint. Now, obviously, you know, we've seen Jack already check raising the 6s, no spade on that one board, got the 7s to fold. So Jack may just have his own strategy here and just put your opponent to the test, see what they got. Continuation bet, 600,000. So a little under half pot, call it 40% pot. Gabriel, top pair and a gut shot to Broadway, makes the call. SPR now just a smidge over 1, and it's another ace. Gabriel has turned the ace-10 into trip aces and quads already once tonight. Maybe there's another ace destined for the river. As it stands, Jack is now playing aces and kings with the jack kicking on board. I mean, his hand is, yeah, I think ready to just kind of get to showdown if we can. Problem is, there's so many chips in this pot that...
Constellation King on the river. Full house over full house.
I mean, given the way this has played, I mean, I think maybe you could go like 300K here and hope to get called by queens at some frequency. But I mean, I think you have to go for just a super tiny little block bet if you're going to bet at all.
A little bigger. 650 or so. 750.
750. Yeah, I mean, it's still under 1/3, so it's still sort of in the blocky range, but I'm just not sure that queens can ever find a call. Yeah, Gabriel only loses to pocket kings at this point, so he's all in. And Jack takes a big hit here, a big hit. Gabriel chipping up, 6.3 million. He's going to be your new chip leader.
Shows him the 10. All right, got a lot of fun ladies joining our chat. Poker Face Ash, howdy girl, Miss Ashley Hine.
Ooh, Gabby,
And of course Rachel
that is for you.
joining us. A lot of people rooting on the lady at the table. 2025 has been the year of the lady in the Texas poker scene. We are here for it. Let us know who you're rooting for, though. I know the fellas have some of their own friends and family watching tonight.
We got Genji's, glitter.
And yeah, really big move as far as Jack is concerned. Now, still...
Genji's?
Oh,
Didn't mean to
What's up,
put you on there, Aaron. How you doing, buddy? There's Aaron McAvoy.
front and center.
Front and center.
My birthday's in February. It's my favorite.
But yeah, I mean, that's a really big move downwards for Jack. I mean, he had well over 30 bigs and is now under 20.
Do a little inventory there. Glad I didn't catch you picking your nose or dancing or doing something on camera when I clicked on you there, buddy. But we all got to see the beautiful face of Aaron Money McAvoy.
Well, now that I know that that's in play, I'm gonna wait till you are doing one of those things, and I'm gonna throw you on there.
A little new software tonight. Working through it, and boom, just put my buddy on blast.
I almost wore the same outfit. From Aloe? Is that Aloe?
I'm gonna tell you how
Where?
Quick reminder to everybody what these players are playing for. $106,240 up top, but the first player to be eliminated going to go home with $10,640. This was an $800 buy-in tournament, and so that's a nice little ROI right there. But everybody, of course, looking to outlast their table mates and you know, get into it a little bit deeper than these lower tier payouts. Scotty here finds his moment. Ace Jack in the hijack.
Rip City.
Big blinds go across the line. A lot of dusty hands all the way through the blinds, and that's going to be an easy pickup for Scotty. 13 bigs now for Scotty.
Oh, you saw that I had 9s? Did you? I didn't see it. Well, obviously, you just saw what I had when you asked. Kings? Aces?
Yeah.
It's not like aces.
150,000.
I did a 3 times. I can't have all 3 times.
No DT commentating today. Do we know who DT is? Do I know who DT is? No DT. We got Eric Van Loozen and Aaron McAvoy here in the booth. We were supposed to have Mr. Michael Peroni, but life happened, and he was unable to join us this evening. But
Called in the relief pitcher.
Right.
Coming out of the bullpen.
Happy to have you, my friend. And we'll also be calling the big game out of Dallas tomorrow evening as well.
Absolutely.
So back-to-back streams.
Fingers crossed, right?
Always good. With sevens, TD opens from the hijack. More dusty hands go into the bin. And this will be a nice little easy pickup for TD.
Yeah, just through 19 hands. Been a fun final table so far. We've got to hear some talk amongst the players, which we always love. That way y'all don't get bored with just hearing our voices, but had a feeling we were going to get that when we got Miss Gorgeous on the table. She's always a lot of fun in any room. Great to see 859 entries for this tournament. Hopefully, with the opening flights available in Dallas and Austin as well, and Houston for the next event. Let's see if we can't beat that. Let's get closer to 1,000.
I mean, ideally, we have well over 1,000, right? I mean, you get Dallas and Houston all in the mix. I presume we should be able to hit like 1,300 entries. Right?
That would be amazing.
All right. Blinds have increased 75,000, 150,000, so a modest increase just to the big blind and the ante, but an increase nonetheless, one that will certainly affect the playability of the stacks towards the bottom end. Kareem here, though, off of a pretty healthy stack, over 30 big blinds, is going to open the King 10 of diamonds from under the gun, and Gabriel defends the big blind with the 5 deuce of clubs. 7, 4, 4, 1 club, and no diamond. See how Kareem navigates this spot. $375, and that's enough to get Gabriel out of the way.
Profion says, Texas seems like a good place. I might go live there one day. Well, if you are a poker player, Texas is a great place to live. Of course, Texas is a great place to live for a number of reasons, but Texas poker is hard to beat. The action is great, and we got legal and safe, awesome card rooms in all of our major cities, led by none other than the one that we are employed by, Texas Card House, best of the best.
Scotty all in here, 13 big blinds across the line from UTG1, has to fade most of the table and is not going to be so fortunate. Gorgeous. Ace, Queen offsuit. 13 big blinds, nothing to sneeze at, but Ace, Queen, I think, should be good enough. be interesting to see if she just makes the call or goes for a raise. It's going to be a raise.
And those are the 100K chips. What color are we calling those, Aaron? Those brown?
Yeah, I think they're just brown chips, yeah. All right, everyone else out of the way. Gorgeous does clean out the rest of the field, and Scotty here in need of a jack, some clubs, or some sort of goofy straight.
All right, Scotty at risk here. Tournament life on the line. Queen in the window.
But actually picks up, you know, quote unquote, more outs. We can see one of the 10s is missing from the deck, but the last chance to get there does not materialize. Scotty going to be eliminated in 9th place. Fantastic showing. Great run, Scotty. Thanks for playing. Taking home $10,640 for his efforts here today and over the weekend. Everyone now going to be guaranteed about 2,200 more, 12,860 for our next player to be eliminated.
Great run there for Scotty. Rocking the old school Houston Astros gear. Taking home $10,640. But yeah, 9th place out of 859. Great showing there for Scotty.
I made it 2.8 or something like that, and then whatever it was. Did I say it wrong?
Just got a play-by-play to her.
To Kirk there. So he can jot down the notes. Healthy mustache the young Kirk there is rocking.
And Jets now taking the chip lead by about 1 million chips over Gabriel. And I mean, it's always good to have the chip lead. Obviously, that's sort of like a John Madden, like, hey, to win the game, we're going to want to score some points, right? But the real test, or the real, you know, sort of metric by like how important having the chip lead is how much do you have the chip lead by over your nearest competitor, and what is your position relative to that player or players that may have stacks that are, you know, sort of comparable to yours. So, you know, Jess, of course, feeling good about it, but unfortunately, she does have Gabriel a couple of positions to her left with the next largest stack. So, doesn't necessarily just get to wield the big stack with impunity. A lot of times if you have the big stack and the next biggest stack is to your immediate right, everything is just sort of like in your favor, right? Because that person knows that if they open, you get to 3-bet them at a high frequency. And as soon as they fold, the rest of the table is your playground. So that's just like, you know, the most favorable conditions. And it just doesn't quite have that here, but we'll see how things play out. Hunter all in here from the big blind facing this cutoff open. And that is going to get through JP's cards, hit the mug. And a pretty big shove there, right? I mean, Hunter, King, Queen does make some sense, but that is a pretty gutty move. I guess, no, Jack actually is not that short. I forgot that he was much closer to 20 big blinds. Now that Scotty has been eliminated, the shortest stack there, not super short.
Yeah, big shove there from Hunter from the big blind. Just thinking that maybe player late position there, opening a little wide, and he was with the suited ace-7. Gets that through, picks up some much-needed chips.
right, Gabriel going to get a cutoff open through, one would presume. And indeed he does. On to hand number 24. One player eliminated in our first, hour of play?
All right, got another new dealer coming in. Great job there by previous dealer.
Well, these
Shout out
players
to
are going
all
to make
the-
a bunch of money tonight. Let's see if I can make some points. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, gamble on. Shout out to all these dealers, though. TCH, all the locations. We do have some of the best dealers in the country.
Anybody home?
A lot of them are local, but we have a lot of dealers that have moved to Texas
Y'all are all gonna be that
during
guy.
this
I
great
told
poker
everybody
boom that we're all living in.
version, and this is all insulting.
Some of the best from some of the biggest card rooms in all of the land are now calling Texas Card House home. So shout out to the dealers and staff
Yeah, I don't
making
care.
these
You
awesome
can call
tournaments
me and I'll be so
like
cool.
this one possible.
I'll talk to myself. Never stopped me before. What is going on, Gabby? ¿Qué pasa con la raza? ¿Qué está haciendo?
I want to bust everybody.
Gabby wants to bust everybody, he says. That is the way to do it.
Then I'll buy all the drinks. Here, I'll give you guys the money just so you can have a truck. I tell my
He
son,
wants to
"Hey,
bust everybody and buy everybody drinks afterwards. Well, that's
I give you a kiss when you win."
that's one way to do it.
Fucking brutal.
Make it a party.
Assholes. My son's great. He's like, hell yeah, one high five. Send me the link. I love you. Good luck. Like,
It's not good enough. He's tired of watching you do.
Fireman Scott joining us. What's going on, Mr. Fireman?
sorry, Gabby.
Hey, what's up, Scott?
I'm going to try to get my gamble on too, Aaron, but let me see if I even have enough points.
You don't still have 3, do you?
We may be up to 4 points after this this one. We'll see.
Well, I rolled a 3, so I don't have the 500 points I gambled anymore.
Ooh, I'm up to 6, baby. Kings for Jack.
I auto like
No
got my
action.
glasses, I saw-
That's when you know the day is going wrong.
I do, Kings.
Waking up with Kings in the big blind and getting a walk. How about that?
You have to tell them you all know.
Yeah,
They texted each other.
always feels bad. That's why I don't even look.
No, they
But each their own. Some people just like the pain.
No, it came on the
It's a tap chat, not a chat.
That's the first thing that King's home. I'm 1-0 with King. I'm 1-0 with King.
I'm not as familiar, like I said, with these players. Most of them being from the Houston area, but I imagine these are all some pretty big scores for all of these folks. Everybody guaranteed 5 figures. 6 figures, though, up top. 106 for first place. Imagine these are going to be some bigger scores for these players in the tournament streets.
He's selling you his soul? The contract? Wow. On stream? Out loud for everyone?
Your name?
Jessica Richards. Billy, just make it out to Jess.
Well, Jessica there, since she's talking in, has quite a few chips here. Her best live cash, $63,000.
Nice.
So second place or better would set a new high water mark for her. See if she can bring it home. Queen high board here, a couple of 4s out there as well. Gorgeous. Connects with the top pair. JP here, ace high, 3 hearts. Checks back and rewarded with an ace.
Rewarded kindly. Top pair.
Yeah, and you love it when you call out of the big blind with a hand like this, king queen. You hit top pair. You're like, all right, things are good. We check it over. We'll see if they see bet. They don't, and then an ace rolls off on the turn, and you're like, oh, well, this is awesome.
Yeah,
Check call from Gorgeous here.
Can't hit the king. Gonna have to have a queen.
No improvement here on the 8 of diamonds. JP here, when he gets called on the flop, he can, you know, he can safely bet here, and he can go pretty big, right? Because he's got the range advantage. He's gonna go small. He wants to keep that queen in there with a small bet, and does. So perhaps could have gotten a little bit more, perhaps not. Who knows? But 450 for sure moves over from Jess to JP.
And just like that, he's going to leapfrog Jess just by a little. Take that second chip stack spot.
And what a dynamic we've got here. Gabriel, JP, Gorgeous, and then Kareem all in a row. Like literally, it's just like they're all in a row. Kareem has the best situation of them all. He's to the left of the 3 big stacks and has all the shorter stacks to his left. But that also means that he's probably not going to get to play a whole lot because the pot's going to be opened from players in front of him with all those chips quite frequently. Still a little ways off from another blind increase, but when they do go up, should be a pretty chunky one. I believe we're going to go up to 100 and 200,000 on those blinds. It's going to apply a pretty substantial amount of pressure to the shortest stacks. Jack currently a little over 2 million, so that'll put him at around 11 big blinds if we're up at the 200K big blind level. But we'll see if anything changes before we get there. Kareem opening the low jack with the ace jack offsuit.
Jack currently with about 14 big blinds and on the button, so good spot to be in. Having a lot of free hands coming his way. Like you said, when those blinds do go up, we'll have a $500,000 in the pot every hand to start out.
And yeah, sort of our 3 biggest stacks there are all right around 40 bigs. So nobody has just like that 70 or 80 or 90 big blind stack where it's just like you've got heaps. You can afford to double anyone up at the table and still be like totally fine. So yeah, I mean, you could even imagine, right? Like one of the biggest stacks doubles up Jack, and now Jack is just like right up there in the, you know, sort of top 4. Same goes for TD, of course. So big confrontation is all we need to see some positions move around. Gabriel here waking up with half of the equation for a big confrontation. 2 black queens under the gun. Kareem likes the look of this suited connector. Going to make the call from next to act. Wow, TD is in here too. Queen 8 of hearts. About 15 big blinds, going to put 2 of them out there. And even Jack feels enticed to come in here with the king deuce of clubs. This is an incredible hand we're seeing here.
Absolutely. Not what we've been used to on our final tables.
No, and just in time for JP to wake up in the big blind with a premium squeezing candidate, ace queen of diamonds. And he's got Gabriel who opened under the gun. So like this is just like the perfect squeeze scenario, right? Because Gabriel, he just plays a wide range, and then you've got all these other players calling like they never have anything. There's already nearly 1.6 million in the middle here. JP
reaching
is about to open the door here for Gabriel.
What sizing you think he's going to go with here?
I mean, you don't want to go too small and invite a bunch of calls, but yeah, 1.6 million thereabouts. I mean, you also can't commit too many of your chips either. Like, you need to give yourself a little bit of room to hit the exit if a bunch of players end up all in or something, right? Yeah, 1.65 here from JP. And an easier jam spot has never existed for Gabby. Going to take his time here and not give away the strength of his holdings by, you know, just stuffing it in there right away. Oh. Wow. Wait a minute. What?
Is that the Gabby you know there?
I mean, we can see the cards, so what do I know? But I don't know. 40 big blinds. You open 2 bigs under the gun. You get all these callers. I mean, if this is just such a juicy squeeze spot. Your man there can have ace 5-0. I mean, I get that like calling seems like maybe a worse decision than fold. I don't know, but seems to me that all in is certainly the top option. Going broke, obviously right there with queens, just getting super coolered against aces or kings. I mean, yeah, you're out the door in 8th place and you had the chip lead or, you know, whatever, but I don't know. Who knows? Had some sort of read or something, who knows? Just lets the queens go, doesn't want to risk his chip stack in a big confrontation there. I mean, you know, I've played with Gabriel, I've played with a number of these players, and it's one thing to be at the table with them and see how they play, and it's another to sort of see the whole cards. And it's also another thing to be like in the betting lead, right? Like, I think if Gabby is given an opportunity to where he's sort of applying the pressure, then he's going to take that every time. But this was a scenario where it's like, if my opponent just has it, then I'm just like torching. I'm just launching my chips into the abyss here. Right? It's not like he's got ace jack offsuit and it's like, all right, I'm going to give you the business with a big 4-bet jam and see if you have it. Right? It's like, I don't know if I want to jam and get called. Anyways, we shall move along. But that was a pretty incredible hand. Hand number 27. Write that one down.
Absolutely. They will talk about that one, I am sure, as the night goes on. Jack in the hijack, waking up with a couple of 4s. Sometimes you'll see players just pitch in these small pairs, but he does want to maybe try to get something going here. Just waking up with a suited ace-9 right to his left. He is going to put some pressure on him and raise. Puts in that 3-bet. See what sizing she went with here when it gets back to her. Hand is not over, so Jack has not won yet. There we go. So she raised it up to 800,000. And now it's going to be back on Jack with the 2 4s. Tricky spot here, Aaron. He is just going to let that small pair go. And Jess is going to take down another pot.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for having a lot of min opens, even when you get down to, you know, 10 to 15 blinds. Just not being afraid to play post flop when you have the short stack. So many players, you know, sometimes even below 20 big blinds, they're just stuffing it all in there with any hand that they feel like they can, you know, that they want to play. That being said, a hand like 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, right, like 9s, they really just, they only benefit by applying maximum pressure and, if called, getting to see all 5 cards, because, I mean, every flop sucks for 4s, right? Like,
absolutely.
Are you gonna see a flop with 4s and be like, all right, cool, let's play 3 streets of poker and I'm gonna feel good about it? Like, not very often. So I think the jam there with the 4s, or just let it go. But, you know, lives to see another day. Does Jack? Still has the 10 big blinds remaining.
Well, hello, Jess. She goes from an ace-9 of clubs, facing a raise. Now she's got 2 of them. And sticks with the same sizing. Like it. 800,000. Oh my goodness, Aaron! Here it comes. We're not
Wow,
folded.
monsters in the closet for
Yeah.
Gabriel. That's the same 2 black queens as well.
We're not folding queens twice. Big collision coming.
Wow.
And number 29. Mark this one down too.
Yeah, just 1 hand removed from it. This is incredible. All right, 800,000, and it is a click-ish size. To, yeah, just about 1.6. Wow, Jess wastes no time at all going all in here. Doesn't want to even just like Hollywood it for a little while or pretend to think it through. Just stuffs it. I mean, doesn't even also give the thought of, well, should I just call and play in position here? I mean, you call the 1.6 and the pot's up to, you know, 3.5 million already. Gabriel has got SPR like 1.3 or something behind. You can play for all the chips post flop as well, but she's just all in. And Gabriel, I mean, is he gonna have to fold black queens in nearly back-to-back hands to preserve his tournament chances?
You never have.
And a player the caliber of Jess, I think he just knows that she's just got 1 possible hand that he's beating. He's probably putting her on ace-king at worst, and he lets it go, Aaron. Wow.
That is pretty incredible.
That is incredible.
So, I mean, say whatever you will about the first fold against the ace-queen of diamonds, facing that big blind squeeze, but to recompose himself, get himself right back into another spot, and again find the fold, this time dodging the almost certain elimination. I mean, Gabriel, he's got it figured out, at least as far as where he thinks he's at, and he goes with that read, and he's still got chips in 4th position of the remaining 8 players.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of chips.
Yeah, down below 30 bigs, but just barely at this point. So yeah, still very healthy.
just have a feeling we were going to get a 9-high flop too. So, you know, if somehow that was played differently, you know, it's just money's going in. But he lives to fight another day, laying down the 2 black queens twice. I'm impressed.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, all the more reason for, like, if your opponent is able to fold queens pre-flop for sub 40 bigs, I mean, Snap Jam not making money there with the aces.
All right, Caitlin, Texas Poker, and the Jess fan club has arrived.
Let's
Oh, it's
go,
been here.
Caitlin.
It's been here, but we always welcome you to the chat, Miss Caitlin. Speaking of Lady Crushers.
All right, Kareem and Hunter both complete from the small blind against JP's cutoff open. And here we go. 3 players to a flop. Haven't seen many multi-way flops here. And it's just ace high, no connection for anyone. So JP with the betting lead should have 2 natural checks to him, and a stab would be almost virtually assured a win. 1 million in the middle. And indeed, small c-bet here takes it down. All right, let's take another peek at the payouts here. 8 players remaining, so the next one eliminated going to be getting $12,860. After that, another ladder up to $15,520. So just a couple of thousand per jump at this stage. Heads up match going to be for about $35,000 though. That's going to be juicy.
That is going to be juicy, and we don't want to hear a thing about the C word. Let's play this bad boy out. We want somebody going home with that big first place trophy in the 106. Jess fan club is here, but Jess not at the table.
Yeah, missing a hand. And Jack here, not loving the fact that one of the hands has just been killed. He's got 2 red birds. And off of 10 big blinds is going to open to just barely over a min raise, 325. Jess had queen 7, so she was never playing, but... And yeah, this looks super strong. Min opening off of 10. Hunter here in the small blind, 2 red 8s. And this will be a very interesting decision point for Hunter. He's got like 16 bigs to start the hand. These spots are brutal. These spots are absolutely brutal. Because your hand is good, and you would love to jam and pick up the pot, but yes, finds the correct fold, does Hunter.
Same
Will
spot.
TD be as fortunate? Also just a relatively modest raise here, right? TD has his opponent covered.
All in.
Just, oh no, I was going to say
Yeah.
he could just call and see a flop, maybe spike a set, but instead, all in. Jack snaps it off at risk. Here we go. 2 black 5s, 2 red aces, Eric.
Can the aces hold? 8s in the muck. 5s rip it. And Jack been waiting for this spot. After taking a couple of early hits, putting him down as the shorty. Gotta love it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Get jammed on with when you have the aces. Here we go. 8 ball.
Wow.
Right in the window. Who said it? Poker Bum in the chat called that one.
Ooh, little gut shot action here now for TD.
Clubs. Clubs as well.
No, he's only got one.
Oh, only one. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Club does come, but that is no help. Jack
No
here
help.
gets the double up, and he's now up to 22 big blinds, and TD on super dust. 2 big blinds, 2.5 big blinds, and going to be in the small blind next hand. So as long as the stacks are properly accounted for on screen, he is going to be in a bad, bad way.
Man, what a hand.
Yeah, just takes one hand sometimes to get you resuscitated. Jack there now, middle of the pack. And indeed, it does look like TD is going to have 2.5 big blinds.
Well, chip in a chair. Let's see if he can do something with that. Definitely been a fun final table for sure. We've seen queens go into the muck pre-flop. You've seen some double ups. Jess really getting her confidence going at the final table, so it's been a fun one. Still anybody's tournament though. TD with the most work to do. He is left with crumbs. Who do y'all have taking this sucker down? Long way to go. Who is your horse? Hard to go against that gorgeous horse right there with the 8.6 million, her stack.
Yeah, certainly Jess has the chips and the confidence. JP here, I would say, has been sort of the player that has seized sort of the opportunities that have been given to him, perhaps a little bit more than some of the others, and has also avoided, you know, pretty big confrontation there between the ace queen of diamonds and those 2 black queens. So
chance for a triple up here for TD.
And 2 and 3 calls through 7.
Yeah, gonna need a jack though, as his queen is no good. Gabriel here, 2 overcards to Kareem's 9s. And we will have a dry side pot here as TD went all in for just a tiny bit more than the original open. So nothing in the side pot here. Gabriel connects top. TD's got to love that flop too, right? It's like, oh man, I got top pair. And wow, for 475, Kareem quickly calls with.
Yeah, quick call there. I was surprised to see that.
Pair. I'm not saying that 9s should just be like a snap fold, but he called that just immediately. And this is kind of a dangerous board when your opponent is betting into a dry side pot. Gabriel does check now on the front door flush completing turn, but no more clubs come. TD is not going to get bailed out. And one more attempt at value on the end for 5 1/4.
I don't understand. The stakes get higher and the breaks get shorter.
Does not believe that he's got a queen.
Wow, Kareem makes the call. And a massive pot here for Gabriel. Wow. Gets about another $1 million in chips off of his neighbor there. The pocket 9s. And TD is going to be eliminated. First running into the aces, and next the ace queen connecting with top pair. Well played, TD. Great showing. $12,860. going into that man's pocket. Well played.
Yeah, great job, TD. Just shy of $13,000 for a couple of days' work. Not too shabby. Great run. I know he had some friends and fam in the chat rooting him on.
Yeah, 15-5. Going to be going to our 7th place finisher, whoever that may be. Hunter assumes the role of the shortest stack, and the blinds did just go up 100K, 200K. So Hunter here on 11.5 big blinds. Daniel and Jack on 15 bigs. Kareem on 16 big blinds. So pretty big disparity between the top 3 stacks and the bottom 4 in terms of overall stack depth.
I don't have the time or grace for that.
All right, Fireman Scott's got Gabby or Jess for the dub. Got Jack getting a vote from Poker Bum.
It's like a little tap though.
Caitlin rocking with Gorgeous.
My mom makes 2 white chocolate. She makes frozen candy and white chocolate.
Yes, 1-2.
I tried the Dubai chocolate ice cream.
Kareem with another pocket pair here, the 3s.
Another one of these spots where opening off of the 15 big blinds thereabout sort of puts your hand in danger of being sort of punished. And you really don't see many good flops. Gorgeous makes the call from the big blind. Here we go. Kareem in position with the betting lead. And all around Gorgeous's hand. So Kareem holds through the flop and it's checked to. One-third pot is the continuation bet, and that is going to get through. So nice little pickup there for Kareem.
I like the bet. Bet it while it's good. There's not a lot of turns and rivers that you're going to like once you already see 2 overs. Put in a small sizing that's not going to cost you a ton, but you can get just a fold a hand just like what she has there. And nice pickup there for Kareem. I know that hand there against Gabby kind of hurt him a little bit, but got a little mojo back and took down a nice pot there. Get him back on the right track.
I live in Spring, but yeah, I'll give him information. She makes it.
Got F and Christian saying Jess is taking it down, shipping it. So we definitely have a fan favorite. No love yet for the 9 seed. I'm going with the 9 seed. Daniel. Gonna call him Sneaky Daniel. Sly Daniel. He's gonna take it down. That's who I'm picking. Don't know a thing about him, but that's my dude right there.
All right, here's the Gabriel we all know and love. In the low jack, 10-9 offsuit, raise it up. And a couple of 7s here for Jack. 15 big blinds on the button.
Thank you, Ronnie B. Reminding everybody to smash that like button and hit subscribe.
And wow, Jack is going to flat the button here.
Oh, hello?
Inviting the big blind to come along. Daniel obliges. And we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. 2 pretty raggy hands. And Jack's 7s here on the button, just sort of having to fade all of his opponent's equity. And of course he doesn't. Both players connect with an overcard.
Just in time for my horse to land top pair and bet it.
Yeah, an interesting lead here. Just chucks 400 out there immediately. Gabriel with a quick call. Jack should have an easy fold now, but pardon me. SPR now under 1. See what the turn brings us. A board pairing deuce of spades. Full Badoogie on board here. And check, check, we go to a river. No change. Daniel here jacks up with the 9 on board kick in. Checks it one more time and just no more charging for Gabriel with that second pair. The dusty 10-9 only loses 1 bet here. But Daniel will chip up to 4.3 million nonetheless.
My guy might have put in one more little value bet there, but chose to just check that one down, and he's chipped up now to 4.3 million.
Yeah, certainly, of course.
Lines are up here in that 100, 200, 200. So like we mentioned earlier, $500,000 in the pot every hand.
Are y'all cool with taking like a 7-minute break or a 10-minute break?
Just make it 10.
Yeah.
Are y'all all going 10 minutes? I think 5 is just.
That's a little bit something.
Yeah.
It's like no point. It's like no matter what you have to do at the time.
We don't love hearing that. Sounds like they're going to take a 10-minute break at some point.
If the stakes are higher and the breaks are shorter, it's
It's
really
a house
weird.
code violation. So if I go to the bathroom, I don't have time to wash my hands. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it sounds like the players were scheduled for a 5-minute break, probably because we had so many delays getting started. But yeah, I agree with the players there, especially what Jess was saying.
I like a 7-minute break, you know, right in between the two. But
yeah, it's nice to get back into the action quickly. For all of y'all hanging out with us here on YouTube, Facebook, X, wherever you might be joining us. But also, of course, want to give the players plenty of time to have a proper break.
absolutely. Especially when lot is on the line. Been playing for a couple days. Takes a big mental and physical toll. Sitting in a chair for hours and hours and hours. Grinding it out. Making tough decisions.
Daniel attempts to limp from the small blind. JP will have none of it with the rag ace. Just a very small raise as well. Not even 3x, and Daniel's out of there. So a nice little pickup for JP, easy peasy.
There we go. Got some love for Daniel in the chat. Well, while they do take their 10-minute break here in a little bit, might be a good time for you guys to have a little fun on your phone or laptop. Texas Card House presents the Hijack Poker app. Get a referral code there, TCHL20. Play online for real money. Got to be in Texas to do it, but there are free rolls every day on that app as well. So good opportunity to take a little chill pill while you're sitting on the couch having a beverage or grubbing down and play some online poker.
All right, the players' voices will be heard.
Yeah, but can you rescan this?
The point is, what can you do in 5 minutes successfully?
You might as well not even get a break. Just run it.
Yeah, just skip
And
it.
just go on the bathroom.
Let's just powwow. Let's go. You could go to the break on your cutoff. What's the difference? 5 minutes. Am I lying?
Bad aim Benny in the chat wants to see JP Bink one or Jess.
Everybody.
It's actually insulting. You don't have time to
Look, you don't have to do all that.
Jessica. No, I'm just being honest.
Well, I don't know. I'd rather talk about it after the hand is over.
No problem.
All right, my guy Daniel going to raise it up here with the ace queen.
Fight. Where's those tickets? We want 10 minutes. We want 10
450.
We'll give you a 5 minutes. I
JP
promise
has
you.
an ace as well. We're seven-handed.
This dynamic,
People watch this, but you gotta understand before.
all 20 viewers are gonna leave if there's 5 more minutes.
Before we had this,
I understand.
I got.
5 minutes is less than 0.
I'm getting way more than I used to.
7.5.
Can y'all take a vote in the chat to see if they would give us 5 minutes and if they will stay? If they're worried about the viewers, let the chat. I'm trying to find a fair out.
And like I said, I've done a lot since the last time you guys were over here.
I remember it.
JP is going to raise it up here.
It was a lady that complained. I'm complaining, but because 5 minutes.
Action tracking, getting caught up here.
We're at thousands of dollars. It's not just
1.2 million here.
Yeah, big sizing.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's out of position here. It's really just 6 big blinds. Let's remember, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a button open, and he's to a little bit over a min raise as well. Daniel here calls.
Interesting.
Yeah, very.
I'm going to have to find his info during the 10-minute break. Tell him how I feel about this call on the button.
All right. Does keep, I mean, JP's like raggy aces in there, right? I mean, if he jams, JP is certainly folding this hand, but yeah, without connecting on this 10 high board, it's going to be challenging for Daniel to continue. However, JP is like, uh-oh, this isn't good, and checks, but a quick check back. So a free turn card brings in a gut shot for JP. And while he might just be ahead of something like King Queen, King Jack suited, something of that nature, might not hurt to just go ahead and put a bet out there now with this little bit of added equity. Perhaps even clear out the Ace Jack, Ace Queens, if those exist.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's thinking, but he's going big. He's just going to rip it right in Daniel's face.
Yeah, and there's certainly the danger of just calling with a hand like Ace Queen here. You don't get to just see all 5 and see who wins. Now you're getting put to the test. And you've got Ace Queen high. Can Daniel find the hero call for all the chips? I mean, a lot of people would have just instantly mucked their hand, but he seemingly was actually giving it some thought. But card's destined for the muck pile, nonetheless. And JP here.
So you guys are in between or both in between the hands, just get a couple extra, a little bit, as much time as I can get you guys. But the 5 minutes is, that's unfortunate. 5 minutes is the best I can do it. But I'll start the break as soon as the hand ends instead of in the middle of the hand. So that way if you're in a hand, you don't get screwed over by that couple extra.
So we're just gonna.
It's not just me asking for it. Don't look at me. It's literally, I think everyone across the board. If anybody doesn't want to take 10 minutes, they can speak up right now.
I explained it over here, but then you're away
Said it
from
to
the
us, and then he repeated it.
Yeah, I'm just saying you're away from the table.
I literally could care less. You guys take the break. 5 minutes.
Don't mess with a lady's potty break. Fellas, though, need them too.
Like I said, in the past, they know.
I mean, there's the logistics of like going to the bathroom and making it back to the table on time, absolutely. But then there's also just like, I don't know about any of y'all, but whenever I've been at a final table or even just deep in a tournament, like those breaks are really nice because you get to go outside,
Breathe.
compress a little bit, like,
Yeah.
you know, maybe
Stretch.
take your hoodie off and air out a little. I mean, I don't know. It's like there's a lot more to a break than just like run to the bathroom, do your business, and come back.
And then we'll tank when you get back, so you can get a 5-minute break.
And I'll take whoever.
Hunter here, all in with the Ace King from under the gun. Full
Not
table to sweat through.
Not looking for a break. He's looking for a double up with the big slick offsuit.
Jack asking for a count. I'm not sure that even his opponent having something like 2 big blinds would entice him to get involved, given the rest of the field to act behind. But
Yeah, please like it. I'm gonna take him in the shin. What if the dealer gets constipated? No, I said it nicely. Tell him to die. I don't have like troubles getting back.
all right, nobody has anything. Hunter picks up the blinds.
Yeah, picking up half a milli.
So are we all gonna come back in 5 minutes?
Well, 7 players remaining. Big money at stake.
Abby, don't have
Gonna take a break shortly, but this is what they're playing for again.
5 minutes, that's fine.
Next player out is gonna take home 15.5K. First place though, 106,240 smackaroonies. Nice return on that $800 investment if they just fired 1 bullet. Quite the ROI and a huge bankroll builder.
Man, even if you pull a 10 bullet blast style, first place is going to be pretty juicy. And you'll feel especially good about it too, because you'll be like, damn, I needed to fire all those to make it this far. But yeah, I pulled the ripcord at a certain point, and not in there, but that's all good. Jack here, king, queen, offsuit, under the gun.
What are we doing, Aaron? Under the gun.
12.5 big blinds. I much prefer this as a spot where you min open than like using the pocket 4s or something like that. Like this to me is a brilliant spot to go for the min open. He tacks an extra quarter on there just for good measure, but I like the open non all in.
JP chipped up to almost 10 million in chips, 9.68. Got a couple of Broadway cards himself. King 10 offsuit in the cutoff.
Yeah, JP has found a lot of sort of these like edge spots and gone for them, and they've all really worked out for him. I mean, let's be honest, the ace-queen against the queens got that fold through. Then the ace-7 versus the ace-queen doesn't have to fold to the all-in, so it was able to get that pot as well. Recognizes this as just a spot where he's just immediately got to let go of the king 10, but yeah, JP here, I think, has shown some chops.
Told him? Told him what I have?
It's up there. It's on the screen right now. You kept gabbing the tournament.
The only person that's gonna fold me there. I love it. I'm ready to soak here.
So sick. What? This is what you go on a fucking 5-bet course. You said it's the same.
I 5-bet too light, Gabby. Because I wanted some sugar.
I guess they just saw the aces versus queens hand. Jess seemingly unperturbed by the fold. Ace-9 open in the hijack. JP, Jack here in the big blind. 10-8 offsuit. Does he defend? Answer is yes. Heads up we go to a flop.
Part of that big mama?
And no connection for Jack. Top pair for JP. His hand headed for the history books.
Are you coming for me? Sounds like a good strategy.
You're coming for me? You're not?
I'm coming for you.
I'm coming for the karaoke tab. Winner pays, so...
Wow, I say that, but Jack goes for this move for a second time. First time it was with the pocket sixes on a king high board. Now on an ace high board with absolutely no connection whatsoever. That thumbs up continues to appear.
Is it in the chat?
JP here.
Love it here.
Top pair.
Hate it here.
9 kicker, like obviously his opponent can have some ace six, king six,
Be like a racer.
things of this nature, but he's just certainly not folding. And Jack has
Let's fucking go.
4,
Yeah.
Caitlin.
3.5 big blinds here.
Tournament life on the line, and gonna have to barrel if he wants to win this, but don't think it's gonna get through
Well, they're all
JP.
giving Gabby shit because of the lodge.
I mean, I presume this is a one and done from Jack, right? I mean, he literally, there wasn't a single card in the deck besides a 7 or a 9, I suppose, that would have given him any additional equity. And I mean,
Everyone said you were drunk. So you were hitting
if
on
you
the-
check raise and get called on this flop, like, you've got to just shut it down, right? Jack here disagrees, perhaps, or perhaps just doing inventory. Oh, there's the check. Okay.
There's the check.
Guys, and I love it. It's like so mean. Was she? She was flirting.
JP should feel pretty good here. I mean, Jack, he may just do some check raising with like ace 4, ace 7, ace 8, right? Like those are hands that are like, I don't know where I'm at. Let me check raise. I've got top pair. Just like maybe he just folds straight away or something. And yeah, so JP gets to attack for value, and just like whatever you have is probably just folding anyway. So let's just end this hand. And up over 11 million now is JP.
11 million. Looky there. Like you were talking about earlier, when you've got almost 3.2 million separation between your next closest opponent as well, he is definitely going to be in a comfortable spot here. Two players in the 10 big blind range. And Daniel going to have just about 14 and a half big blinds. All right, next dealer coming in.
It is. Good evening, everybody. That is one is lucky, congratulations on making the final family. I did, yes, sir. He's a great guy, man. He's business.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the random thumbs up we're getting on the screen. We had some confetti raining down.
Sure, you're on the stream. You're on the stream.
All right, JP here, another premium. Ace Jack suited.
Oh, no, sorry.
And wow, Gabriel ace queen next to act.
Everyone's doing it. It looks like a fake fuck. I don't like it.
And here comes the 3-bet.
Here comes the boom. Gabby raising it up to 1 million. Kareem with the quick fold, his ace jack.
Certainly in a vacuum here, the ace jack suited good enough to continue. We'll see if JP takes that line here. He does. And 1.9 up to 2.5 million in the middle. And neither player connects. One heart out there for JP. quarter pot continuation here from Gabby. Perhaps a smidge over. Really tough to continue here for JP. Your hand is best some of the time, but you need your opponent to have like king, queen off. Gabriel taps the table at him like, yeah, good fold. And it was, but Gabriel certainly wanted it. Like,
he
don't call,
absolutely
don't
did.
call.
Yeah. Great fold, buddy. I had it. Yeah, interesting spot there. I think JP was really weighing all options there. Looking at that sizing that Gabby went with there, and maybe wanting to play bully there. That would have been interesting had he ripped it on him there, but thought it through. Really like the way he's been playing.
Yeah, those are kind of games of chicken.
Yeah.
Right, where it's like both players, because they're sort of in the early part of the rotation, are going to be pretty heavy on big aces as well as middling to big pocket pairs. And right, like JP's calling range is going to consist of a lot of the middling pairs and just a little bit of big suited Broadway cards. And so, you know, and then on the flip side, right, like Gabby's going to have a little bit more of the offsuited Broadways, so he's going to be a little bit heavier on the hands that have missed, but he's going to have like aces, kings, and queens that his opponent isn't going to have. So it's this weird game of chicken that always happens there, and definitely helps if you have some experience with your opponent to know if they tend to be a little bit tighter or a little bit looser. Helps you navigate with a little bit more confidence. Gorgeous Jess here. She wakes up with the ace queen of diamonds. Small blind 3-bet incoming. And an easy pickup.
All right, gets her back up to 8.25 million. Well, we do know the players are going to go on a small break at some point here in the near future, so just know that is coming. But we thank y'all again for tuning in for this awesome final table Trailblazer main event from Houston, Texas. Players are battling it out for 106,000 up top today, 859 entries, $600,000 total prize pool. So great job, all the players and staff that put this sucker together and it came out for this awesome event. Looking forward to that season finale coming up at TCH Social in Austin.
Yeah, just a couple weeks away, really. The beginning of the final Trailblazer Tour stop. Going to have that 50K free roll run at the end of the series as well, so really looking forward to that. As of right now, I've got a spot, so hopefully I can have a slightly better showing here at the Austin location rather than just adding single points for my entries, but actually earn some points for making a deep run and solidify my spot in that free roll.
If they're able to be determined if they're his cards, then
We can verify.
All right, River Rat joining us from the Rio Grande Valley, TCH. What's going on, River Rat?
Alright, so we're good to continue.
I apologize, y'all. My bad.
That's a big miss. You have like 70
They
yards.
stuck to my fingers. I'm sweaty and these weak arms are heavy.
You have like 70 yards.
I didn't play sports.
That's expensive. But you done something.
One in a 9 seat, you should always put a chip on your card.
All right, so it looks like
Chips if that happened, but I pitched them in the
Jess accidentally like mucked her cards into Daniel's hand.
Yeah,
and there was some confusion about whether or not, yeah, whether or not his cards are actually his. But I think we've got it all squared away here. Daniel raises from the small blind to 2x, a little over, and JP makes the call. And wow, flops the bottom end of an up and downer. And Daniel quickly checks it over.
Big stack definitely has an opportunity to take this away. Uncomfortable spot for Daniel, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, so again, it's very similar to the pocket fours that we saw earlier, the ace queen, right? It's like these hands you just really benefit from going all in pre-flop,
right?
And just not even messing around with the flop. Now, again, I've mentioned it earlier as well. Like, you don't always just start jamming on your 10 and 15 big blind stacks, but folds to you in the small blind, you have ace-4, you're out of position, you have 12 big blinds. Like, you would much rather just pick up the blind and the ante for free, and your opponent's gonna have to fold just like everything. Like 4-3, super in the muck. Like, even if he gets like king 7, like, does he want to call? No, he doesn't. King 7 suited, king 8 suited, like, he doesn't want to call with those hands. He's probably gonna fold, and you just clear out all that equity and pick up those blinds. Just so nice.
Right.
But it's also been a little bit unfortunate for Daniel, right? Like, you know, sometimes you open the hands like this, you connect with the board, and you're able to get more chips, but he has not connected with the board and has had to play out of position. So,
sandwiched in between the two big stacks with the biggest on his immediate left. Just not a fun spot to be in when you're getting short.
All the more reason to start jamming, right? It's
jamming.
Like,
yep.
Take away their decisions, take away their ability to sort of
push you out,
exercise the power of their stack, right?
Yeah. As we've seen JP do twice now to our boy Daniel.
Wow, Jess has had ace-9 of clubs 3 times now inside of 43 hands.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
So Kareem raises, Jess calls. Over and around to Gabby in the big blind. He wants no part of it, and we'll go heads up to a flop. Dominating ace here for Kareem with the betting lead. Only 13 big blinds in the stack, and a couple of kings and a 5 out there. Kareem checks it over.
Yeah, anytime you're checking to Jess, this is what's going to happen.
My goodness. This is a massive bet. A tickle over $1 million here. And I mean, I suppose, right? Like, if Jess just has like pocket 8s there or something, she's just like, no. Like, what's in the hand now? I'm going to bet $1 million. You don't have anything. You're going to fold. But also just able to get the ace-jack just straight into the money. Wow.
It doesn't matter. It's not bad news. I still hold. I still hold.
AC reminding everybody, 470 of y'all watching on the YouTubes. Smash that like button for us, hit subscribe. You'll get notifications on all of the Texas Card House live streams that are coming up, and have the ability to go back and watch some of our great action lineups that we've had on our live streams for cash games and tournaments. Had some really good tournament final tables lately, and this is one of them.
Something forward.
It might not be a problem anyway.
All right.
Daniel
Daniel all
waking
in.
up. 88.
10.5 big blinds here from the cutoff.
Running into the jacks, Aaron.
Yeah,
My
this is a tough spot.
My dark horse is in trouble. See if we can get an 8 on the flop for Daniel to survive.
I think we did see one of the 8s folded, so it's going to be real slim pickings here. Both suits covered as well, just about as bad a scenario as one could imagine. Daniel here looking for, I think it's the 8 of clubs. If he is able to get bailed out here, 4.55 million in the middle, there's nearly 23 big blinds in there, so that would be a real spin up, but gonna need a miracle.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
All right, here we go. Let's take a flop. No help and nothing around the 8 for some backdoor straight possibilities. Eight of spades, in fact, the one card remaining in the deck for Daniel. Needs it here on the river, or he will be our 7th place finisher. And indeed, the ace of diamonds, no improvement. Gabriel going to take down the pot, and our 7th place finisher, Daniel, going to be taking home a tidy sum, $15,528. Fantastic showing, great run, Daniel. Sorry you came up short, but well played.
Yeah, GG's. Everybody shout out Daniel, making it to 7th place out of 859 entries. So great showing for Daniel in the 9th seed. And we'll hope to see you on another final table soon.
All right, pay jump now a little over 3,000. Gonna go up to 18,620 for our 6th place finisher. And we should be coming up on our short break here before you know it. But as of right now, we are going to continue along, still at the 100, 200K blind level. The next one should be 125 and 250 before we go up to 150 and 300. So pretty big jump across the next 2 levels. The blinds will increase by about 50%.
Table mates, got it. Here. 2v1, I like it. That's how much I today here.
Jack was the beneficiary of that ladder up there as he's gotten super short.
Yeah, 8 big blinds for Jack. Things are getting definitely pretty dicey.
We're not in the live, we're not
In Houston, it's whatever. You guys want to swap cards, it's fine.
We're not swapping any cards. If you muck, it's like a Nazi, off with your head. But I flashed a card this time. They're sticking to my finger. That's what I'm saying.
Ace-5 offsuit. Gabriel gonna flat the button here. And Kareem now looks at the red 8s and is like, okay, open and a call, a little bit of dead money in there. Let's go.
Yep.
I don't have the ID method.
You gotta work on that. They don't teach you that at Tripoli?
No.
Chance has to work on that.
My solution is better.
And Gabriel just calling here is very awkward for JP. I mean, if Gabriel's not in there, this is a trivial call, but Gabriel calling the button. I mean, you almost wonder, like, is Gabriel trapping me? Or does he just have some, like, pretty raggy hand, like pocket 5s, pocket 6s, or unbeknownst to him, something like Ace-5-0.
Kareem's got right at 5x that open.
Call.
He is going to make the call for 2.2 million total. King Queen suited against those red 8s. Kareem at risk here.
So run it back here for the 8s. Can they find a victory in back-to-back hands? The first time, no. This time, Kareem wielding them with 26 big blinds in the middle. Take a flop. Ooh, queen high board. The 8s immediately behind. No straight or flush opportunities.
Oh,
just going to be a pure 8. And it is not to be. Runs out queens and 5s for JP, and he's going to chip up to nearly 13.5 million. And just like that, back-to-back eliminations with red 8s. 6th place for our man, $18,620. Fantastic going, great run. Tough spot there. As, yeah, just a pretty good spot there with Gabby putting in the dead money there on the end. It just didn't quite work out. So 6th place, $18,620. Great run, man.
Great job, Kareem. 6th place out of $859. Just under $20,000 win there. $18,620. Nice job there, Kareem. And it looks like the players are going to take that break we did talk about. So y'all hang in there. Go get a beverage, grab a sandwich, grab a snack, hop on the Hijack Poker app.
Yeah.
Play a little cash online. If you're in the state of Texas, of course. And reminder that once this final table is done, we do have one more Trailblazer Poker Tour that's going on in Austin. You can actually play the main event flights at the various locations, TCH Social in Las Colinas, on the 26th and the 27th of this month. TCH Dallas on the 26th and 27th as well. And then Spring on the 30th, you can fire at 5 p.m. And then TCH Houston on the 31st, you can fire at noon. So all of those opportunities there. Fire bullets to get into the day 2 and in the money of the Trailblazer Poker Tour. That finale will be another $500K event. Buy-in is going to be the same, I believe, $800. There's also going to be a last chance to qualify $50K free roll. And, of course, all those folks that have been accumulating points with deep runs in these Trailblazer events will find out who wins that Chevy Trailblazer.
What did you know there, bro?
So a lot of opportunities in poker tournaments at TCH. Season finale here, Trailblazer Tour, coming up at the end of this month. It's going to be a good one. And hopefully we're going to smash the guarantee. This guarantee, we guaranteed that same $500,000, ended up with 859 entries, $600,000 prize pool with $106,000 up top. When we're doing these extra buy-in opportunities at the other locations, I imagine we are going to smash this guarantee, probably get over $1 million for this $800 buy-in tournament. So look forward to seeing some of you folks down there. I'm definitely going to try to fire at one of those Dallas or Las Colinas events. But it's going to be a great time. Check out the full schedule for the Trailblazer Poker Tour that's going to be in Austin, Texas, coming up at the end of this month. That is on the website. And Aaron and I will be back shortly. We mentioned players are going to take a break. They've been grinding for a couple of days, and on this final table here since about 4:30 they sat down. So going to take a quick 5 or 6 minute break, I believe, and they will be back. So y'all take a break of your own, come back and join us. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for.
Yeah, 8 million.
interesting in the chat. Our boy Lego
Come on, bro.
always has a good opinion or two. Says we should ban sunglasses and the hoodie covering the mouth. I don't think that's going to go too far. We've had that hoodie thing going since the Unabomber days. Sunglasses have been around, goodness, forever. Whether it's standard sunglasses or the goofy Greg Raymer Fossil Man glasses. But yeah, always something people talk about. Players that completely cover up versus folks that just are all out in the open. I don't know. I wear the sunglasses sometimes, Lego, gotta admit. Don't always love a bunch of strangers looking into my eyes. It's kind of weird. Don't really think it does anything for the game, but I don't know. I'm all for it, but it is a little obnoxious sometimes when players are completely covered every inch of their face, and you never know.
Yeah.
Though.
That's always a topic of conversation that everybody can have an opinion on. It's really funny. I was watching some of the high stakes stuff on Poker Go or whatever the other day with I just had his name in my head and then I instantly forgot it. Vogelsang, right? The guy just like completely covers his whole face up. Good stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if it's something that's ever going to be completely banned, but you know, sometimes it gets a little outrageous. Got a few folks wearing the shades on this final table. One's doing the mouth covering a little bit. A lot of folks wear the scarf covering the neck.
Damon says get rid of hoodies. LOL. Yeah. Ban the hoodies. You'll have like no poker players left.
It's too damn cold in these rooms. You know, you got to wear something, right?
That's true. Well, that or you could go for the no clothes poker tournament. I don't think I'd really.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not gonna vouch for that. Like I said, the rooms are cold, so not very flattering for a lot of us. Naked and Afraid poker version. Fortunately, most of the body would be covered by the table and the backside of those chairs we're looking at now. Well, it looks like we're going to get back in the action here, six-handed. Let's go.
Yeah, right back into it. JP here, 13.4 million, blinds up to 125 and 250. Jack here on 1.6 million. So let's do some quick math. I think he's on 6.5 big blinds. That is not a great place to be, especially when you're down to five-handed, as the blinds are going to be coming around very quickly. Going to need to find a hand and find it quickly. Gabriel here, ace-king on the button, opens it up. And can Jack find something to play? Looks like not really.
Found a jack, but a 7 with it.
Slightly over a min raise, and Jack is going to live to see another day. And 2 of those 6.5 blinds are now missing from Jack's stack. He's going to have to put that half a blind out there. He's got 4 blinds.
All right, for my Houston and Austin and Rio Grande folks, this is why y'all need to come join us for a tournament series, maybe one of the even bigger ones that we do up here in the DFW area. Look right here in the chat. This is the kind of trash talking that you'll have to endure, by the way. Lego saying that our buddy Tejas wears Velcro shoes. That's clearly an insult. And Tejas fires back that Lego wears lace-up socks. So just be prepared for that level of shit talking if you come up here to DFW. It does get pretty intense with these tournament players. I have a feeling my Houston friends can hold their own against that level of insult. Very hurtful, guys. Be nice.
Man, gambling, it's not my thing. All right, Gabriel here. Back-to-back hands. This time the king 8 suited. Small blind jack with a jack 8 of diamonds.
Thank you, Gator. No, not him.
Wait for a better spot, and probably good for him as Gorgeous Jess here with the ace queen in the big blind.
Chunky raise.
All right, that one's going to get through, and Jack inherits the button. 4 big blinds to work with. Hunter sweating the either elimination or double up of his table mate there, as he's got about 9,000 reasons to outlast Jack. Hunter on 9 big blinds, roughly. Excuse me. 7 big blinds. Math is hard.
All right, looks like down there in the H, they switch out dealers every 30 minutes. So we've had quite a few dealers tonight. Shout out to them. They're all getting back in the box and getting after it quickly so we don't have too much downtime. We tend to have one dealer do an entire final table up here in the DF Dub. Not sure how you guys operate your tourneys down there, Aaron.
Yeah, it's usually on a little bit longer rotation. But this way we get a few more folks coming in, getting their time on the live stream table, which is always fun. All right, these 5 players continue. Once again, Jack, the short stack Hunter here, is going to be facing the big blind here soon, though. And then just a tremendous separation between the top 3 stacks and those bottom 2. Gabriel here, the 3rd shortest stack, and he's got 40 bigs or something. All right, Hunter finds his spot. Not going to try to just wait out Jack when you have a hand as strong as the ace-king suited, so it's going in there. Oh my goodness. 2 jacks for JP. Here comes the call, and we are racing for Hunter's tournament life. And this could be a massive $9,000 ladder up for Jack if the jacks hold.
Jacks versus ace, king of hearts.
Wow, king in the window here for Hunter, takes the lead.
Turn Jack.
And fades the 2 remaining blackjacks in the deck. JP gonna get the double up. Excuse me, Hunter gonna get the double up courtesy of JP. 16 big blinds now for Hunter, and now he can safely go into hibernation, waiting for Jack to be eliminated next.
I should have slept, you're right. I leave. When I make money, I leave and I make money. It's so easy. I should have just left. Doesn't give you a kiss. I got you? I get you? Gabby, look at me. Did I get you?
What is it? I didn't hear. What is it? I love you.
All right, some playful banter.
Playing for nanny money. JP ain't got no fucking kids, by the way.
Trying to get a nice watch now.
I'm sorry?
Trying to get a nice watch next.
All right, Jack here. Cut off Queen 5, not good enough. And he's going to have one more hand to look at before the big blind crashes into his 4 big blind stack. And one would presume that chips are just going in. Unless he has something like 7 deuce off or 8 deuce off, right? Like 4 bigs under the gun, just kind of stuff it in there with any 2.
Not middle pair for both.
Yeah, kind of a gross spot here actually for Gabriel, as his hand should be good here a lot of the time. But being dominated and flopping the 6, pretty unfortunate. Does pick up some outs though on this turn. Now up and down to go with the pair. JP will slow it down with a check and see how Gabriel responds. Picking up equity and figures, you know, he just may have the best hand. I bet 1/3 pot in position here, take away the betting lead. If his opponent calls, should have a natural check in flow on the river, and he can just kind of check back if he doesn't improve and decide to go for value if he does. Getting check raised here would be pretty awful, but does have a hand strong enough that can continue, so I like the bet. JP does make the call, though. And with 2.1 million in the middle, it's a 9 of diamonds on the end. No change.
Seems like he's conceding here.
Yeah, I just don't think there's just no benefit from betting again. Like, if he thinks ace king, ace queen, whatever, will call a small bet, but he's just reopening the pot on that off chance is just not great.
Yeah.
Let's check it back. JP takes it down.
Yeah, and once you start with the table talk and that body language, there's not a chance in Hades that that's getting through. So wisely takes that to showdown value and gets the bad news. The Jack 6 gonna win that one.
All right, this is the hand for Jack. Make or break under the gun with his 4 bigs. Hand number 50. Folded the queen 5 offsuit. I mean, obviously it's not a great hand, even 5-handed, but had at least you know, a smidge, a sniff of high card equity there with the queen. Let's see what he finds under these 2 cards this time. Okay, his patience rewarded. He's got an ace and a 1-legged ace behind it. Certainly should be good enough to get his 4 bigs in the middle. There it is. And also just an opportunity to get called very wide, right? Because he should just be under the gun, all in with any 2 cards almost. I mean, JP here with Jack 10 honestly even has like a spot where, like, yeah, it's not great, but he could think about it. Hunter, of course, King 7 suited is a snap. And Jack all in at risk, but has a chance to double up and have 9.5 big blinds if the ace 4 can hold.
7 in the window.
Yeah, and no club in hand for Jack. Gonna need to improve immediately. Does not. Another
Womp womp.
7. Seals the deal here. Jack gonna be eliminated in 5th place, taking home just shy of $24,000. Fantastic run, Jack. Well played, man. Just tough to come up short. Just went a little bit.
Absolutely. Hung on to that shorter stack for quite a while and laddered up to $23,940 in 5th place. So great job there, Jack. Great effort. Deep run. 859 entries, and you're finishing 5th. Heck of a run.
Dude, hell yeah. Yeah, really, really, really well done. All these players going to ladder up now. $32,810 for our next elimination. Things are starting to get spicy as we're down to 4-handed. And Miss Jessica is all by herself over there. It is one gal versus the world. These 3 guys on the other side of the table. Hunter, your short stack with a smidge over 20 big blinds. So a fair bit of depth here. However, 4-handed, the blinds are going to hit you just about all the time. And you got to win some hands to stick around. So we'll see how things shake out here as we move forward. Also, now once we're down to 4-handed, under the gun is just the cutoff. So you end up opening a lot. Hunter limping the small blind with the king 7 suited, and Jess will give a free flop, 10-5-0. And what a flop it is. Top and bottom versus middle pair. Both players should have a lot of inclination to continue.
Hunter's got a new favorite hand. King 7 suited. Doing real nice for him right now.
That's one big blind. Quick call from Jess. And she's down to just a 10 of hearts remaining in the deck, but the board does get a little bit more connected. Queen of clubs rolls off, brings in a flush draw as well for Hunter. And as long as he continues small, he may be able to extract one more street of value from Jess. Let's remember, this was limped pre. Logical bluffs, stuff like 6-8. Any hand with a jack, jack 8. Pretty good candidate. But there's just not a ton of them. Of course, something just like 6-5 of clubs. Of course, Jess has the 5 of clubs, so let's go ahead and eliminate that one. Hunter is going to go big, full pot is the wager here. Trying to get the max if Jess has anything that can continue, but it blocks a little bit too much of the board, and she has an easy fold with the 10.
Nice hand there. Our favorite Kiwis in the chat. Howdy, howdy. And, of course, Mr. Jedi Master Ted. This is live with a delay. Players have been at the table since about 4:30. Got a little bit later start after some lovely technical difficulties that we all love, but we got it running and been cranking ever since. We're down to 4 of our finest here at TCH Houston. Big, big pay jumps between 4th and 1st. A lot to play for here.
Suited Broadway cards here for Hunter on the button. Min opens. and JP here. One of those hands that certainly defends a lot. Also the potential for a 3-bet, but does just go for the complete. And wow, what a flop. My goodness. Hunter flops the joint. King high diamonds. JP with the 5 of diamonds looking at a gut shot straight flush draw. Hunter the effective stack here, 21 big blinds behind. SPR over 3.
4 bets, 350.
And a little bit over 1 big blind is the bet. 1.5 bigs roughly. Like this bet. And JP will make the call. Here we go. Heads up now to a turn. And it's a 3. Oh my goodness. JP now drills the gut shot, but he is dead to the 3 of diamonds, and we can see apparently that card has already been folded, although I say that, and I should have paid closer attention. Now that we're down to 4-handed, I can remember these things, you know, what everybody folded. There are times when somehow the outs don't really register correctly, but I'll try to keep my eye on that, as we hoped that that had been fixed. Anyways, drilling the gutty here is just the absolute worst possible scenario for JP, as he is now going to lead for 1.2 million into 2 or 2.1, so roughly 2/3 lead. If Hunter calls, there will be less than pot in the middle. Going to the river in position, I think Hunter has a really nice spot to just call. And there is the call. JP should be thinking, most likely, I've got him. He's maybe got something like Jacks or Queens with a diamond. Just don't put a diamond out there and we're Gucci. And there is the Queen of Spades. A big fat nothing burger, if ever there was one, given the original flop and turn. JP on the wrong end of a cooler here. Goes all in for value. Snap call. As soon as he looks at the cards one more time, he's like, all right, do I have the diamonds? I have the diamonds. Yep. And that is going to be a massive, massive double up for Hunter. 12 million now, and the man was on dust just moments ago. 1.8 million. Doubles that up, then eliminates, what, 2 players? And gets a full double with a flopped king high flush. Hunter getting a heater at the right time. And just like that, goes from bottom of the barrel to top of the totem pole. I think he may still be behind. Well, we'll just look at the chip counts here in a moment. I don't remember exactly how many chips were up top, but I thought Jess might have had a few more. Yeah, that is the hand of the evening. Hand number 52. I mean, hand number 27 was pretty spicy. The queen's getting folded pre-flop. But hand number 52, this is probably the defining moment of the final table here. Now we're down to 4-handed. And just a nasty cooler setup here for JP. I mean, a little bit of talk here in the chat about JP bluffing or something, but I mean this is just a savage cooler. This is I mean, JP has been playing very well tonight. This is just a nasty cooler. Nothing to be done here as he Takes the straight on the turn and is just up against it.
All right. Well, I just walked in from my coffee break and seeing that board, you are right. That is a cooler and a half there. What a turn card.
Columbia, here's the payouts for you. 106K for first, 71 for second, roughly. So going to be a 35K heads-up match, but the next player eliminated going to be getting $32,810. And this is the time to sort of regroup, right? And indeed, Hunter is now the chip leader, and actually by a pretty sizable amount. He's got 3 million plus on Jess here, as JP goes from top dog to short stack. However, the short stack that he wields has 25 big blinds in it, so he's got plenty of play and is not out. Needs to collect himself and, you know, persevere.
Yeah, the little dog, that Chihuahua. That Chihuahua can bite sometimes. Don't count him out.
Hunter here now fresh off of assuming the chip lead, takes one down with the ace-6, and I'm very interested to see. I mean, obviously, we're down to four-handed. Anything can happen. We can have an elimination. Someone win a big pot, move on up, move down, whatever. Just every other hand. But, you know, now that Hunter, who's been hanging out either like middle of the pack or on the bottom end of things all night, now has chips and has an opportunity to sort of put them to work, right? He's got 50 big blinds. Let's see how things go. This new dynamic. Back in the saddle here for JP. Min open on the button. Running into the queen-jack suited here for Gabriel. And yeah, brown chips a little bit in the wrong locale. JP will fix that. Just a call for Gabby. Inviting the chip leading big blind into the hand, but he's out of the way. Heads up to a flop. Go. JP in position with the betting lead. But a lovely flop here for Gabby on the queen jack, connecting with the top pair. No immediate connection here or backdoors, really, even for JP. It's probably just going to be a stab once and be done. Nice thing about this board is that it's relatively disconnected. Your opponent is every once in a while going to have like some 10-8, some 8-9, things like that that may check raise you, but a lot of the stuff is just going to miss and just be like king high at this point. King 6 suited, king 8 suited, stuff like that. And I don't know exactly what Gabriel's calling range from the small blind looks like, but I presume it's going to have some stuff like that in there. Goes for the check raise with the top pair. JP's done. And down to 22 big blinds.
Yeah, blinds getting up there, and every hand there's 625K to fight for.
All by myself. Actually, I do want to be all by myself.
Yeah, I think you do want to be all by yourself at the end of this.
It's like a really weird sin. Why is it like...
You're just chilling. We're trying to win the tournament. Just chill.
So you want me to win it?
We'll let you know when you're ready.
When I win?
I cue you in.
You'll let me know when I win?
I cue you in. I said, yeah, you're in.
These two are like, they're like a caddy couple at the restaurant or whatever that have had a few drinks and like now they're just like really digging in and you know like needling each other right where
Like,
they know
like
it'll
she's
hurt
bringing
most.
up the past, and he's, you know, bringing up something that she said one time, and it's just, it's.
Oh, her mistakes. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. He's bringing up her mistakes, and she's bringing up like you know something he said. Oh, absolutely. That's
1995.
Gotta love it. They were like making kissy face at each other earlier, so I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe that's exactly where we're at here. All right, let's take a flop. Nobody connects. Nobody's near this. It is blind versus blind. Limped pot. And Hunter here just going to take a stab to try to clear out equity. Jack high on this board, actually. Perhaps with a smidge of showdown, but anybody's game, blind versus blind. He gets it through.
Free karaoke warm-up. You like it?
Tell you what, if I win 106,000 in one of these tournaments, I'm going to sing a little karaoke myself.
Are you?
Yeah.
Is that your vibe?
I mean, if I win that kind of cheddar, I'm gonna be singing. Might as well have an audience, you know.
All right.
Break out some 80s hair metal, you know. Put on my mullet wig and some cut-off jean shorts, and that rock kick is coming, baby.
Dude, all right, man. Can I come? I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna cramp your style by doing any of those things, but I will observe. And you know, I could Facebook Live you or something. It'll be great.
I could tell Jess would be fun to be at karaoke with.
I think
have to
that's
invite her.
Speaking of rock and roll, did you check out those bands that I told you about, Bear Ghost and Sarah and the Safe Word?
I have not. I have not, but I saw it in my notes and was like, what the hell is this that I put in my notes about Sarah and the Safe Word? And I realized, oh yeah, that's the band that I'm supposed to check out.
That's right, yeah. Slam jam that into your Spotify or your Pandora or whatever you use and see what you think. Anyways, Gabriel here takes it up to 600,000. Hunter 3-bets the button, and Gabriel 4-handed king queen of spades.
Yeah, Jess folding the king jack and sprinting off screen very quickly. Wants nothing to do with this pot.
Wow, we've got quite the
Speaking all the
sound
right
effect
voices.
going
It's
on.
not because of my glasses, it's because of his hand.
And this is a very tight fold from Gabriel.
Put the Burberry glasses
I mean,
aside.
the man can fold queens in nearly back-to-back hands pre-flop.
Oh, Gabby.
King queen suited, sure, straight into the muck, why not? But still, 4-handed against the chip leader does make some sense to not play out of position against the chip leader. But if you're folding king queen suited,
Yeah, what are you calling with if you're folding that hand?
you're just not calling much, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what does he call?
Am I nuts?
Like, I don't know. That feels like bread and butter, middle of your calling range. So.
It matched your noise. I said it. The glasses matches his noise.
The Houston Zoo has moved to TCH Houston. We have a dying giraffe at the final table.
I think it's a sexually frustrated giraffe.
It is pretty funny to watch a giraffe fail on the mount attempt. They often fall straight backwards on their back. Google it. It's worth it.
Oh, man.
Giraffe
your search
failed
history
mount.
Must be amazing.
Yeah, my search history, I can't hide that from anybody. Here, honey, look at my phone. This is what you're getting into. And speaking of getting into, look at those glasses on the beautiful face of gorgeous Jess.
Yeah, that is.
Try to get a read on her wearing those suckers.
Yeah. The prop glass is coming out. Ace 8, queen deuce, min raise pot, and top pair. No kicker for Gabriel, and no diamond. Really nothing here for Hunter, but does have the betting lead. this is a little bit of a dangerous board. Queen high with a 9 out there. Your opponent is going to have a lot of stuff that's sort of around this if it hasn't just immediately connected with a pair. Does go for the c-bet, the small c-bet, nonetheless. And Gabriel, of course, with a quick call. Hunter ready to take his showdown at this point. And honestly, picks up a pretty nasty card to pay off a value bet here on the end. Gabriel, I think, with a real opportunity to pick up a big pot here, but we'll see if he goes for the small size like he did earlier in a spot where he should be going big in my mind. But yeah, he does go small.
And you try to pick off a bluff here with ace high, 850,000.
Yeah, I mean,
he does.
I think ace high has to pay off like 1.8. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the smaller that Gabriel bets, honestly, the easier it is perhaps to fold. I don't know. It's weird, right? I mean, sort of the inverse of what one might normally think. But the smaller that Gabriel bets, the less frequently he can be bluffing. The bigger he bets, the more frequently he can be bluffing. Like, that's just the way it works. Now, obviously, not everybody sort of operates that way, but kind of the natural order of things. Anyways, yeah, 850, sure.
Nice hand there for Gabby.
My son actually won me these glasses.
Miss Mallory
I took him to main event.
joining us.
And we bagged ticket lead.
Howdy, howdy, Miss Mallory.
Yo, 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 what's up, Mal Pal?
I bet she's rooting on Team Jess over here. Man, I don't even know where to look for her eyes.
They're up there. Eric.
Yeah. Eyes up here, sir.
All right, ace 10 here for Gabby out of the small blind. Gorgeous Jess opening the Jack 9 of hearts. We've already had a little bit of a dynamic between these two players. I suspect the ace 10 simply too good to pass up a 3-bet. Gabriel concurs, and 1.7 is the raise. Jack 9 suited, one of those hands that in position kind of doesn't hate calling. Yes, your opponent is sometimes going to have like King Jack and Ace Jack and dominate you. Maybe even the Ace 9s of the world, but you just tend to get sort of coolered by a dominating situation with top pair a little bit less frequently than if you call with something like Queen Jack. But she just lets it go. Good to see a better day.
Got that A game going. Got that fresh look and the A game going. It's going to be hard to beat. $74,000 difference between fourth place and first. Quite the jump.
Yeah, no kidding, right? I mean, you make it to this stage of the tournament and you feel like, dude, hell yes, we're into the big ladder ups, like life is good. But also, exactly what you said, there is a massive difference between fourth and first. And going out now really hurts. Like, going out in ninth and being like, okay, if I laddered up to eighth, like, okay, another $2,200, like, yes, it would have been nice, but that's like not even 3 buy-ins in this tournament, right? Like, okay. But dude, yeah, busting out in fourth, like, especially if you had a lot of chips or had a real shot at first, or getting the heads up, oof, painful. Hunter here went quiet for couple of hands, but now waking up with the 10s. Small blind against the button open from Gabriel. And stacks really sort of equalizing here between Hunter and Gabriel as well. Both right around the 10 million mark.
Are you allowing that stack size, how close they are to affect the size of your 3-bet here?
Yeah, certainly if you're up against a player, if you're 3-betting a player that is deeper, then you're going to go a little bit larger. Because if you want to play for all the chips and apply maximum pressure, then the pot needs to start out a little bit larger. Now, if your opponent that you're 3-betting, of course, has fewer chips, you don't need to 3-bet as large because, I mean, you can get them all in very easily.
All right, goes with the 2 million sizing.
Take it for now.
Yeah, it's 2 million, it's quite large, but yeah. All right, JP here. Our shortest stack, now under 20 big blinds.
Yeah, blinds
And
are going up.
Increasing right now, yeah. So sub 20 means actually down to nearly 15. It's going to be like 16 bigs for JP. Not really like the danger zone. You're not just like, oh my God, what am I going to do, right? That's not until you get down into single digits, but it doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel great.
Casey Doocy for Hunter. Suited variety. Oh man, where'd the dragonfly goggles go?
The dragon goggles?
Yeah, I was liking those on Jess.
JP will defend the big blind with the queen 9 offsuit. Sunglasses back on. And I believe for this hand, we are still at 250,000. The riffle had been started. Top pair no kicker for Hunter. And not interested in protecting a check back range here. Ace high board, just gonna bet 100%. Even the ace deuce. Takes it down.
All right, we are at 450 viewers. Still hanging in there with us. Got 87 likes. Y'all help us get to 100.
What are you doing over there?
We don't get anything for it, but pretty cool to have 100 likes during our stream. Smash that like button if you will. Help us continue to improve our live streams and keep bringing these to you for our big tournaments and, of course, cash games. Aaron and I will be back in the booth tomorrow night for the TCH Dallas live stream. Big cash game.
Yeah, tomorrow night, right back in this booth, man. This is where I live now.
Like Toll Booth Willie, stuck in the booth. Maybe a little too young, Aaron, for Toll Booth Willie, but great Adam Sandler skit. Not safe for work. Unless you work in a poker room, and anything's safe.
Yeah, I remember his stuff like came out on cassette when I was a kid.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. It
Yep,
came. It
CD
literally
and cassette.
Cassette. I remember the Jerky Boys and yeah, Adam Sandler, his sketches. Yeah, no, that was like prime middle school time, dude. I remember that. All right, 6-4 here, defend from the big blind. Gabriel connecting with second pair and the best hand. Check calls a bet of 500K for 2 big blinds. And Hunter drills the ace on the turn. Yeah, that was sort of like the fun thing to do. The Jerky Boys and Adam Sandler, they had sort of similar vibes where they kind of did these short little sketches. Almost, yeah, just like, I don't really know how to describe it, but yeah, just like each track was just a short sketch. Pretty interesting. All right, another bet incoming here from Hunter. Size up to half pot, and Gabriel's done with it.
ADHD Poker saying America. One of my favorites when I do get to see him and play with him in the room. How you doing, Mr. ADHD?
And here we are. We're just about 3 hours into this final table. The last final table, we would be on the cusp of our first elimination. That is not the case this evening. We have had 5 eliminations, with our next player going out in 4th place. Going to be taking home $32,810. That is 3 bricks and a little extra cheddar for 4th place. Nice. Nice little payday.
Yeah, I'm looking at these next 4 payouts and looking at the different type of car you could purchase with each one. 32,000, 48,000, 71,000, and then of course 106 up top. Quite the upgrades if you're needing to get yourself a new vehicle.
What are you going with for 4th place? 33,000.
Ooh, probably find a truck that's about 4 years old.
Okay, all right.
With some miles on it, but still nice on the inside, yeah.
I was thinking about rolling a nice brand new Accord off the lot. But okay. What are you going with for 1st place? 106,000.
That's a great question because I don't even know what you can get anymore for $106,000. Of course, truthfully, I'm not going to buy a vehicle with any of these, but with 106, if I were to buy a vehicle, I'm a Texan. I'm sticking with a truck. It's just going to be a super nice one.
Yeah.
And that's about the cost of a really nice truck now. Big old back seat. Bedliner, maybe camper. Off-road.
You savage.
Yeah.
Wow. Man. 106. You give me 106 and buying a Porsche.
Porsche.
Yep. Rolling a Honda Accord off the lot for 33 and a Porsche for 106. Yep.
Let us know in the chat. Is it Porsche or do you just say Porsche? Porsche, to me, has always been a lovely lady's name. That's usually on stage 3 on a Friday night. But let me know, Porsche or Porsche.
I mean, yeah, I guess there is indeed just like what people say in the normal lexicon, and then there's like how it's actually pronounced. So it's a good question. I used to work with a Korean gentleman, and he called it Forchi. So there's even a 3rd way to say it, perhaps more. Queen 10 versus Ace 10, both players connecting with the 10 for 2nd pair.
Ooh.
Checky, and wow, Gabriel catches up in a big way.
Gets the 2-piece.
$750 from gorgeous Jess. Needs to find some help on the river. That's not it. Not really sure about the bet on the turn here. Ace 10 seems to me like a hand that really just wants to get to showdown. And she's continuing to bet here. $3 million in the middle. She's
repping a 9,
putting
right?
out another wager of about 1/3 pot, and I guess she's just trying to get called by like exactly King 10. I'm not sure about that one. I mean, King 10 calls you and you beat that. That is for sure. But Yeah, that one's going to hurt. That's going to dip Gorgeous just down below 20 big blinds. In fact, a little bit closer to 18 than 19, as we are going to get another dealer change. And
well, your thoughts there on that final bet, the 900,000. If you're going to rep a 9 there, you know, the made hand, the straight, you're going to have to go pretty big. Trying to get your opponent to fold there.
Well, that begs the question of, was she bluffing with the 10? I mean, I just, it's really tough, right? The very small size there, with a hand that just doesn't really beat anything that calls you, it seems like an awkward bluff and seems way too thin for value to me. So
yep.
I would say that if she had a different hand, like let's say that she had King 5 or something, right, where the king blocks some straights and she's just on full-blown king high, like no showdown value whatsoever, right? Now betting small or big or whatever just makes a lot more sense, right? And you could make arguments for whether you want to bet small or you want to bet big based on whether or not you think that she's going to have a lot more 9s or straights or sets or whatever. But betting a 10 for that size is just kind of outside of the bounds. That's how I see it.
That's kind of how.
But everything gets murky, right? Everything gets murky when you're four-handed, and especially when you have the kind of dynamic that she has with Gabby, right? I mean, they've been giving each other a hard time all night. They've been poking at each other. They've played together a lot. Maybe sometimes you think, like, I just need to keep betting. Like, this guy's just, like, hanging around waiting for a spot to bluff me, and I'm just not going to let him do it. So I'm going to bet. Hope he folds, right? Anyways, we're on to the next one. King high here, far and away the best hand, but neither player connecting with this board. So Hunter just gets to c-bet. And with only 10 big blinds remaining here, JP makes the fold.
Well, all right. Looks like the Team Porsche with a hard A at the end is going to take the win. I'm with my boy Dion, though, saying, where is the damn A in Porsche? He says, we're in America and we speak English. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank y'all for engaging. That was fun. little offbeat, off poker commentary there that y'all helped us with. But
oh my God, that's hilarious. I mean, we are in America, but Porsche is in Germany.
I know. I had a dog named Porsche growing up, but it was Portia because she was fancy. She was a Bichon Frise, and my mom said she's Porsche, not the car, named after some, I don't know, famous actress or some nonsense, but not my favorite dog. Let's just say that.
All right, Hunter here, fresh off of that win, up now to 16 million. Gonna get this through the blinds. And yeah, sub 10 big blinds here for JP with the blinds going around just like every other hand. He's going to need to find a spot to get the money in. Jess also now in a pretty tricky spot. She's sub 15 big blinds. And so Hunter really starting to separate from the field. Has more chips than the other 3 players combined.
Yeah, he really is. He was down to what, about 2.3 million there for a minute before he got the elimination with the King 7.
1.8 million, in fact.
It's okay. 1.8.
When he jammed the Ace King, no one called, and oh, excuse me, no, the 1.8 million Ace King jammed, ran into the Jacks, doubled up, and then just kept going from there. The King 7, right? Like, has just been winning every hand.
Heck of a run. Final table is where you want to both play good and get that run good. Deadly combination, and Hunter has got 17 million in chips now.
Nice spot here for Jess. She's going to go for 2.5x open. Committing a few extra chips here over the min raise. It is the chip leader in the big blind, so perhaps just trying to sort of price him out of a continue, something like that. I don't know.
I know, but I made it very clear. I'm 5'3", and if I were over there, I could see it.
I think Hunter should be calling here. I mean, 7-5 suited, just a little too good. Even for the larger size. Does make the call. Quite a lot of body language there, though. 1.5 in the middle.
Oh,
And what an unreasonable flop here. Trips for Hunter and Jess with top pair jack kicker.
just nasty.
Yeah, SPR under 2, and this is looking like a GG Jess. And wow, she bets 1.4 million as well. Like, doesn't even give herself a chance to get away from this. That's 2/3 on the flop, leaving herself. I mean, it'll be half pot if she gets called behind. And there's the call. I mean, Jess could be thinking to herself, you know, all right, we got him on the hook with ace-10 or ace-9 or something like that, maybe. Even a smaller ace, but...
Oh, Team Jess. Team
Holy
Jess
smoke.
coming through in the clutch.
This is
Wow.
unbelievable.
Wow.
Hunter checks. Jess snap jams it in there for her last 2.3 million, and Hunter's like, what? Did
No,
this really just happen?
We're on a delay, but Caitlin willed that into existence in the chat with a nose.
Holy smokes.
Hand number 66.
That is bananas. And Hunter knows it too. He's like, you don't have any like king, queen of diamonds or pocket kings or something here that just like snap jams it in there. Like, this is such a bad turn card against my continue range unless you just have an ace. Like always. I mean, Hunter, it's 2.3 million. She bet 2/3 on the flop, leaving a half pot behind. Like, he's getting such a good price, and yet he's like dead always with a full house. This is just such an incredible turnaround. I mean, it's like impossible to be in this spot and like confidently click the fold button, but good God. He does make the call. He can't convince himself to fold. Doesn't want to have her somehow actually have just like Jack 10 of diamonds or something insane and let it go. He's got one out to quads. I mean, it could happen, right?
7 from heaven.
I was crying. Look, I'm crying underneath.
No.
I was like holding my eyes. Don't blink, don't blink, don't blink, don't blink.
Full double for Jess. 9.35 milli in the middle, going her direction, and she is alive again. Wow, what a hand.
What a hand. I mean, that is... I mean, we talked about hand number, whatever that was, 57 or something, being... 55 maybe it was, the defining hand when the gut shot came in for JP against the flopped flush. for Hunter, right? But I mean, this one is gigantic. Jess goes from just like out the door, GG, 4th place. The rest of these players continue. JP gets the massive ladder up, right? Like, no. Jess is right back in this. She's right there with Gabriel, both players on 30+ big blinds. JP solidly in the danger zone here, 10 big blinds. What a hand. Wow, look at that. Look at that. That is... Okay, oh, there we go. I was gonna say, that's a really nice hat. Hunter still has the chip lead, so needs to recompose himself after that nasty cooler. And right back in the saddle against the same opponent. Blind versus blind. Makes it $1 million to go. And the kind of hand that 3-bets at some frequency, and she just lets go. All right, big blind here for JP. What do you think? JP's next all in and at risk. You think he survives or goes out in 4th place?
Man, he has had obviously a swingy final table. Was dominant for quite a while. I have a feeling he's going to pick a good spot and get himself back in this. I just feel like he's been too strong of a player. I see something coming from him to get him right back in this thing.
All right, all right. Let's see if that comes true. Jess here, small blind, Jack 3, with her opponent on 9 big blinds, 1 committed. And she's going to give him a walk.
I was holding, but like holding to my star. I was doing the pitch, now I just have to go for it. So scissor pitching and messing up. So we're not doing that anymore. Learning from our scars. Gabby.
What happened, baby?
Smile.
Nice ace.
Baila conmigo.
Nice ace.
Baila conmigo, por favor.
15,000 ace.
The hand was still going on, but I saw the ace out. Two, three, four. Just
Right,
take
now
it.
she's gonna go.
Jump out my seat.
Queen 10 suited here for JP in the small blind.
Gabby was a lot happier.
Slam dunk, middle of the jam range.
Laughing. Glasses? You want me to change back to my old glasses?
And now we find out if Gabby's got something to call with, and it's a suited ace.
Here is that moment. Mr.
Yeah,
JP.
we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out if JP can find the double up here. Suited 1 gapper. Very nearly a coin flip. Let's take off a flop. Clubs versus spades. And there's a 7 out there. Doesn't really change anything at the end of the day because JP already needed a queen or a 10 to improve.
8.
Does pick up a gut shot opportunity as well. 10 outs one time, and
10.
there it is.
10 ball.
So JP gets the double through Gabby, and both players now on basically the exact same stack, going to be playing 21 big blinds. And that one feels pretty gross. I mean, 10 outs is a lot, but like going to the river, hand 69, Gabriel with a chance to chip up to nearly 13 million going into three-hand play. And instead, it's the 10 of spades breathing life into JP once more.
Sure. At least I hope.
All right. Hunter still with a good sizable lead. A little bit, 4.3 over Jess. Gabriel and JP, pretty neck and neck there.
So all told, we've got about 100, 110 big blinds in play. Our next level up will be very telling. I haven't checked the schedule to see if we do a 175, 350 level, or if we go straight up to 200, 400. My guess is that we've got the 175, 350, but I could be wrong. Either way, 100 big blinds in play, four-handed is, you know, sort of right around what you expect. But it isn't going to take long before everyone's going to be kind of looking around and being like, wow, I just don't really have very many blinds. Till we get down to heads up. And even then, depending on the pace of play here, or the pace of the eliminations rather, see how things go. Pocket deuce versus the ace 5. 2 9s and a 4 on board. Hunter still with the best of it.
A little less silliness and joking around from the players now that we're down to 4, and such big money is at play.
Check call from Hunter. And another pretty good card for him. He should be up against just some sort of like overcards a pretty good chunk of the time. Obviously, he can be behind a larger pair. Jess picking up a gut shot to the wheel, continues with her aggression. Bets half pot. Yeah, I don't know. I think the deuces just need to call again. Make your opponent triple off if they're gonna bluff you, and just sort of see what happens when we get there. No immediate flush draws of any kind. 5.25 million in the middle, and counterfeit 2 pair here now for Hunter, and once again just gets like the dirtiest run out, and now needs to donk lead, turn his deuces into a bluff if he's going to win this pot. But he's up against the ace high, and he's going to go for a small bet.
And got, I mean, she got her chips in there before he even finished putting his in.
Yeah. I don't hate the idea. I think that the call, the donk lead bluff has some merit. Like this is literally like your one combination where you're playing the board. And so if you're gonna bluff, maybe pick a hand that's bad like this. Oh, but yeah, 1/3. It doesn't hold out any ace highs. You might not expect her to have a ton of ace highs because she bet 2 streets. And a lot of her good ace highs are going to check back turn. So maybe, right? You just get some like snap folds from queen high and stuff.
I invented a device that
So maybe I don't hate it actually as much as I thought originally. But he's just, yeah, I don't know. Just a tough spot. Tough spot for Hunter. Jess, though, takes the lead. 13 million in chips. Let's go.
Back in the saddle is our seat 8, Gorgeous. Yeah. Caitlin says, Mama, Sheriff is in town. Gabby's seeing if maybe singing will bring the luck back his way. Worked for Jess. Hopefully they both keep their day jobs, though.
Damn, girl. That was practice.
All right, those blinds at 150, 300, 300. Aaron, I swear we're on our 6th or 7th dealer, aren't we?
Yeah.
Seeing a new face about every 30 minutes. Shout out, though, to the dealers for doing a great job making this a fun final table.
I haven't fucked nobody yet, so it's my turn. It's my turn. Fuck somebody.
Thank y'all again for doing your duties. Got us up from that 87 likes to 125. Thank y'all so much. Joining us on a Monday night.
All right, so JP and Gabriel here on about 20 bigs apiece. And Hunter on about 28. Heads up we go to a flop, Gabriel and Hunter. Middle pair for Gabriel. A lot of turn cards that can be good for Hunter. And when check 2, he is going to go ahead and take a stab here, it looks like. For 1/3 in position. And check call for Gabriel. 3.35 million in the middle. Another 8, and it's a diamond.
Spicy.
What a card. Gabriel checks it over. Not a great card for Hunter to continue. I'd like to see a check back and take a free river here.
He does agree.
And it does indeed. Super brick, the biggest brick, the deuce of clubs.
That is the ultimate brick on almost every board. The deuce of clubs somehow.
And we'll see if Gabriel sticks with what he's been doing, goes for a small size here. 3.3 in the middle. You gonna bet like $1 million? Yeah, 1.3. It's interesting. Okay. Hunter, of course, it folds if Gabriel sneezes at this pot, I think. But what do I know? And you want your opponent to have something like 10-9. maybe some sort of Queen X combo of diamonds for backdoor flush. I mean, you just kind of block all of it.
Let's go. Pretty healthy pot going Gabby's way there, 4.65 milli.
And a really big pot for Gabby as far as momentum that moves him up into second position. However, I mean, the difference really between Gabby, Hunter, and JP is a matter of like 6 big blinds, 7 big blinds. It's really not that much, as they are all kind of all in the same ballpark.
So the peak stack tonight, was it around 17 million that JP had at one time, or was he a little over that?
I think it was 16 million. I think it was 16 million.
16.8, something like that.
Yeah.
Not the queen 10 again. One more time.
Christian, I agree. The final table on these multi-day tournaments starting a little earlier would be nice. Going till 4 or 5 in the morning is not desired. That is for damn sure for any of us.
JP Hams on the small blind picks up the blind and ante from his neighbor.
Yeah, and that little confined stage they have up there, not a lot of different camera angles, so not sure why they keep going to that one. But our boy Kirk there is getting some quality time as he's blogging all the action in this tournament. You can catch that on the website, TCH. Does a really good job blogging some of the big hands that we've had. That way the folks that aren't tuned in, that want the Cliff Notes version of what happened on our final table, can get that online. Players have been at this table since about 4:30. Got a little bit of a late start because we had some tech issues with the streaming software, but we got it up and running, and glad we did. It's been a fun one. This is the main event. Was a 500K guarantee prize pool that ended up at 601,859 entries, and that is how we got that $106,000 prize for first place. But these 4 players battling it out through. This is hand number 75 at the final table. Gabriel going to use the button here to raise it up with the king trash. It's going to get through the small, but not through Gorgeous. She's going to defend with the queen 10. And trash lands. Deuce for Gabriel.
King high's good.
King high, how do you know? Here. King high.
King high, and he shows her the king.
Are my kids watching? Can I talk?
We only live. Oh, that hand, I won that hand. That would have been a very nice flank in the rear right there.
I need it. I need that.
All right, our shorter stacks at the table still have
Hard 5 minutes.
23
Hard
big
5.
blinds.
Hard 5. So disrespectful. It's
Jess over there in the 8th seat with the big stack. In the small blinds, going to wake up with a pretty good hand, four-handed queen nine off. She is going to raise it up to 700,000. JP with a fun hand to play, the 10-9. He is going to defend. He is dominated. A lot of troublesome flops for the 10-9 here against the queen-9. Top pair, not one of them though. JP out flops Jess. And she is going to continue from the small blind for 700,000.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. You can check raise here. Right, like a third of the deck or thereabouts is going to come off as an overcard that isn't going to feel great. But yeah, check raising always with your top pairs around 20 bigs. Can also get you into some nasty spots when your opponent does just have a massive made hand. A little bit easier to just check call, see what happens. Maybe your opponent gives up, slows down on the turn, but no. Jess is going to continue betting 5. Not necessarily a good card for her if she's going to bet, bet flop and turn. What 5s does she have? Now, of course, you don't just always be like fixated on that middle card and who has more of them and whatever. I mean, if she has aces, right, is she just going to like snap check? Maybe not. But it is an interesting card to continue barreling on. Not picking up any additional equity.
All in, the man say. Doesn't believe her. Full confidence in his 10.
Yeah, this is also a little bit interesting. I mean, I get it where she's just not supposed to have very many 5s. And he doesn't want to check call and then have like an ace, a king, a club, something roll off and be like, okay, now what do I do? So just goes all in now. Clear out any unwanted equity.
Do you have any interest in looking at this?
And it takes down 10 milli now for Jay Pizzles.
That's right. Was all in just a second ago with the queen 10.
Lines are up, everyone.
Got the double up, and now he is our chip leader once again.
And look at that. All the stacks have evened out, my goodness. With the level up to 200, 400, like, everybody just has, like, between, what, 16? No, between 18 and whatever the hell, math. Less than 30 bigs for JP. 20, 25? We're getting short.
10-9 again for JP.
Yeah, you can go both ways with this one. I think the limp probably seems like the best play, as if you're going to raise kind of as a bluff or whatnot, you'd rather have just like queen 5, king 4.
All right, the over-under of hands has been set. Jedi Master Ted going with 115 and says over. What do y'all have? We're on hand 77, and we are raising out of the big blind, Aaron, with 6-4 off. Now what do you do with the 10-9?
I'll tell you if it's going to be over or under. Give me just 1 second. I'm going under. I've lost every one of these, dude. Oh, damn it. So annoying. Yeah, 10-9 feels pretty gross. Just let it go.
The 6-4 making moves. Gabby saying, don't raise my big blind, brother.
All right, they had to move in the felt ropes a little bit more. Just, I think people were getting a little bit too excited about getting close to the table, getting into the camera, the view. Kind of like, all right, let's stay back here, people. But I love it. I mean, I love it when you have a rail for these big final tables, right? Like, I mean, there is nothing more exciting than standing on the rail at a big final table at like WSOP in the summertime or big WPT event, right? There's a throng of people all just like watching this event. That's really, really cool. All right, Super Dust from Cutoff and Button. Battle of the Blinds commences. Eight-7 suited for Gabriel. He's going to go for the limp. And ace-10 of hearts here for Hunter. 16 big blinds. He's going to stuff it in. And yeah, 8-7 suited. If you have a lot of depth, your opponent raises you to like 4 big blinds or something, and you can just call, but there's no depth here. And there's the trophy. This is what these players are playing for, in addition to, of course,
beautiful trophy.
$1,000.
Beautiful trophy. Got the little fucking Bronco, the Trailblazer logo on there. You can have my trophy though. Give me 106K all day. Hope y'all are writing down these lyrics. Gabby is writing an album. Trying to win a tournament and drop an album on the same night.
Couple of nines, JP. Start my hand, 24 big blinds. And what a spot here. Gorgeous Jess. Ace King in the big blind. She's got 19 bigs. And she's lining up a very small raise.
1.7 or 1.8?
I guess it's actually a little bit more than that. I think it's 2 point something. So it's not quite what it thought it
Right
was
at
originally.
2. Okay.
Yeah, 2 million. Okay, now I mean this is appropriate. If she's not going to jam, then this is sort of appropriate. I mean, they just have no depth, right? I mean, he opens to 2, she makes it 5. And 2 9s here. Like, good Lord, what do you do in this spot? I mean,
all the chip stacks so close now. Can't really wait on other people to get knocked out. Yeah, gross spot to be in.
yeah, there's the jam. The snap call.
Wow,
And
here we go.
Are racing for a massive 17 million chip pot and the chip lead on the line. Someone is going home in 4th place, $32,810, and someone taking nearly 17 millions of chips forward into 3-handed play.
Oh, wow. Sweaty flop. Always a sweat.
The 9s are ahead, but yeah, basically. Oh, my
Diamond.
God.
Oh, my
4
God.
outs?
14 outs.
Oh, my God. This is the sweatiest river card I've ever seen. 6
oh,
of hearts
wow.
is clean for JP.
Too many out syndrome, Aaron. And Jess is going to the felt. What a run for Jess, though. God, I mean, watching her play tonight was awesome. Great job, Jess. 4th place, Aaron. What's she taking home?
$32,810. Jessica Richards, an absolute legend. Fantastic play. You deserved it, and more. Like, I thought you played really well tonight. You're a fantastic player, and more big final tables to come, and I'm sure even bigger wins.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get all the way up to Jess's high watermark. We needed 2nd place or better for her to eclipse her high score, but she got damn close. $33,000 is pretty nice.
She had the swag going. She had the confidence. She had the singing going. She had the table having fun, and made it for a lot of fun for you and I, being that we didn't know a lot about some of these players. Really fun to watch Jess play tonight, and congratulations being the only woman at the table. 2025 is the year of the female poker player so far in Texas, and 4th place out of 859. Not too shabby, my girl. $32,810 for your troubles. Congratulations, Jess.
Yeah, great stuff. And I mean, she was kind of all by herself on that end of the table too, playing the 3 guys on the other end. It almost felt like it was destiny for her to just like slowly pick them off one by one, and just like, you know, the queen resides over here with all the chips, but it didn't quite work out. Huge flip for all the chips, and just didn't quite get there. Anyways, big, massive ladder up. We're talking $15,000 worth of ladder up. Nearly $48,000 for 3rd place.
The vibe in the room there tonight in Houston is a lot of fun, I can tell, and a lot of that has to do with the aforementioned Jess. So great job again, and she really brought it to the chat tonight as well. A lot of fans and supporters. We are down to these 3 fellas here.
And we're back to where we were quite some time ago, where JP had the chip lead by quite a lot. Had basically the same amount of chips as every other player combined. We're back to this scenario, and we'll see if he can power this one through to victory, or if we will once again have the chip sort of rearrange themselves. This is now 3-handed, so button is under the gun. Gabriel opens, gets jammed on, and has to let it go.
Yeah, quick correction of the chip stack there. It said 9-something million. It's 19 million in chips now for JP.
And yeah, with both Gabriel and Hunter under 20 big blinds.
Yeah, we were talking about
We're probably going to see a lot of this, right? It's like you kind of end up in these weird spots where, like, you're in the small blind facing a button open. Like, you just don't have many options other than to go all in. Now, obviously, you can, if you're balanced, you can have some stuff around the fringes as bluffs, and you can have your aces and kings and queens and stuff where you play smaller 3-bet sizes, whatever. But you're just, like, always out of position now, right? Like, free-handed, there's, like, one guy that's in position. Everyone else is out of position. And it's just a very interesting dynamic. Sub 20 bigs, out of position. I don't know about you, but it's a lot easier to be all in and make them think about it than it is to be like, all right, cool, let me play it from out of position. A couple of 5s here for JP. And he gets to just, like, put the pressure on, right? Like, consistent opens from the button, consistent opens from the small blind when fold to.
Back-to-back pairs. Yeah.
Jamming.
Jamming.
Pushing these guys around. Damn right.
We see the cards. We know Queen 10. not a bad opportunity against the 5s, but much easier to jam there than to call off your tournament life with this much money on the line with just a queen high. I'm sure he's going to keep the pressure on these two boys.
Yeah, I mean, you take $1 million in chips from your opponents each time you pick up the blinds. Yeah. And there's, what, 35, 34, like 34 million in play. Yeah, we're getting down to the wire here. But I want to thank everybody who's hanging out with us here on all of the streaming platforms for hanging out with us. You guys have been legends. Hand number 82, the over-under was 115, set by Mr. Jedi Master himself. I'm taking the under because, I mean, I bet 115 and I lost, so it's got to be under. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And once we get our next elimination, which, let's remind ourselves, is going to be a $23,000 ladder up, then we're going to play a 35K heads-up match. That's pretty freaking awesome.
That is awesome.
I mean, how often do you get to go into a situation where someone's like, all right, you turned your $800 entry into $70,140 profit, and now you also get to play this guy heads up for $35,000. Go. I mean, that's pretty awesome.
Another pocket pair for JP. 6s, 5s, 4s, and max pressure. Not much the king deuce can do here.
Yeah, it's a little too easy for JP, right? I mean, like, you don't want to get called. You're like, please fold, please fold, please fold in your head. But, like, your hand is just way too good. Like, not everybody is going to have a pair or anything close to a premium hand that can call off. So you just have to go all in. And they just keep waking up with garbage and folding. And now they're both down to 15, 16, 17 big blinds.
Well, if y'all are enjoying this final table and seeing these big prizes as much as Aaron and I are, reminder that the season finale of the Trailblazer Poker Tour is coming to TCH Social in Austin. Going to be another 500K event that we're going to smash, and I imagine have a much bigger prize pool than we have in this one. But you can fire in Houston, Spring, Las Colinas, or Dallas and try to make it to day 2 in Austin. So that is coming up. This is just a precursor to what I think is going to be an even bigger payout for that season finale of the Trailblazer event.
You're damn right. And we've got a bunch of tournaments going on here in Austin starting today, actually. Right now is the 30K guarantee, $360 buy-in. That one kicked off a few hours ago. I'm not sure if registration is still open. If it is, it's probably going to close soon. So if you're a tournament player and you are in the Austin area, come on down real quick, hop in that tournament. There's also going to be a bunch of cool tournaments all throughout the week, culminating in some big guarantees. We've got like 100K guarantee, 150K guarantee tournaments, multi-flight here this week in Austin. So all sorts of good stuff to be had. Hunter all in here with the 7s.
JP is eyeing the knockout. He does just have a Jack-8 offsuit variety. And says that counting is enough. I'm just going to let that go.
Yeah, honestly, I think, I mean, I think the open is perfectly fine. But, I don't know. I mean, you can kind of get an idea of what the stacks are. I just think, I mean, obviously, when you're at the table in the moment, like everything is just kind of fades away. You're in a different headspace, whatever. But if you're able to maintain your composure and really like stay focused, you know exactly how many chips your opponents have. And when you're going to open a button, it's like, all right, what am I going to do if they raise, right? Because their raise is going to be all in, right? There's not going to be an in-between stuff here. So do I have an open and a fold hand, or do I have an open and a call hand? And you kind of know that before you make your choice.
Wow, he does decide to rip it with the 2s. That's often an open muck for me, but it's hard to hit a pair, and he takes down a million chips.
Can't be mucking deuces, not at three-handed.
Yep.
You got to get some chips, and deuces they're just like the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, whatever that JP was working with, right? You got to stuff them in there. You hope everybody folds, but if you get called, maybe they have overcards, and you can hold. You never know.
The deuces never loses, they say. Get them in there. Only way to find out.
All right, 80 big blinds in play. 3 players wielding the chips. Who's going to win? What do you guys think? We've got 3 players. Drop a deuce in the chat if you think Gabby is going to collect all these chips. And another big win. Gabby is no stranger to these big spots, man. Consistently finds his way into the top 3.
I'm dropping an Uno for my man JP that I thought was going to come out of the gutter earlier, and did. Facing a little predicament here, and somehow gets out of the way with an inferior 10.
Queen 10 suited is a nice hand, but I mean, these are big jams.
Yep.
And JP is kind of in a position where like he gets to apply a lot of pressure when he has the betting lead, and then has to be very, very cautious when his opponents are willing to commit all of their chips. Because they have more to worry about than he does. Therefore, their ranges need to be stronger than his. So it's like there's a big shift between what he gets to call off with versus what he gets to open and jam with.
Gabby said this is a tricky one. He's kind of shaking his head.
Yeah, you're flipping at best, and you're crushed when you're crushed.
Shows the ducks and lets them go. Duck Hunter. Duck Hunter with the win there. He was ready to shoot those ducks right out of the sky. Just like you mentioned, though, a little easier to just jam with your ducks than it is to have to call off somebody else jamming.
Yeah, it's night and day, right? I mean, you look at pocket 4s and you're like, dude, I'm all in. And then someone's all in and you're like, wait, I have to call off with 4s? I don't want to.
That's right. Drop a deuce in the chat for seat 2 if he's going to take it home. Drop a trace for the aforementioned Hunter. Or drop that Uno for JP, who's just got piles and piles of chips.
He does, but one double up and he's no longer chip leader, right? Like, he's got a big advantage and he's in a good spot. But, like, whenever you're in a spot where you could double up the shortest stack and now they're the chip leader and you are not, like, that's not really that powerful of a position.
And here we go. Are we calling off with the king nine here? Gabriel jamming all in with the queen jack.
No, I don't think we want to have a 9 to call off. I mean, maybe ace 9. Yeah.
Just looking at how much is this going to cost me. Over 6 million with king 9.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just another case of, I mean, and I get it, right? Like JP, he doesn't want to just like have everything figured out and like he raises, they go all in, he just snap folds, right? It looks like he's just opening trash, whatever. But I mean, yeah, it's like Jack 8, King 9. Like these are hands that can easily open and then they just have to fold.
Can you bring like
Gabby says, color me up, man. I'm all in every hand over here. Sick of putting these 25K chips out there. I like it. He's short, still having fun, getting it all in. And you said he's one of the players you're more familiar with, right, Aaron? You've played with him before.
I've played with Gabby a lot over the years. In
Awesome.
fact, there was a tournament many years ago now. I think it was probably 4 years ago where I think I busted out like 16th. Big tournament in Houston, actually. It was the very first $1 million guaranteed tournament that had ever been run in the state of Texas. And Gabby was at my table for quite a good portion of it there towards the end. And I just went super card dead. Managed to tank my way into a couple of ladder ups. It was pretty incredible. I watched so many players with like 20 plus big blinds go bust before me when I had like 7. Because I would literally, like, we're down to like 3 tables or whatever, and I just like tank folded. Everybody hated me, but I did it because I laddered up like 3 spots and made like fucking 6K, 7K. It was great. Anyways, Gabby was there. He ran it up to like a top 3 finish or whatever. Local Austin player actually won that one. And yeah, it was a really great tournament. That was my first experience battling with him, and I remember from the very beginning, from that tournament all the way forward, I remember being like, that guy is a maniac. And he hasn't shown a ton of it here tonight, right? We haven't seen
quite the opposite,
like
yeah.
Completely bananas. Yeah, quite the opposite with the queens and such. But I think, I don't know. I'm not gonna say everything, but I think it's been very illuminating to see the way that he's played here this evening. And he's a great player. I mean, obviously, he makes these deep runs all the time, and he knows how to wield a chip stack. That is for sure. He'll put a lot of pressure on you when he's got a lot of chips.
Well, Hunter found a spot while we were gabbing there with the ace jack, got it all in and survived, so a million more chips went his way. Big premium hand for JP in the small blind. Get a better look now at the chip stack with the color up they just did. I believe those are 500K chips, the teal. And gets the 10-4 to pretty much auto muck for that big raise there.
Fireman Scott, a big Gabby believer. Yeah, I mean, certainly the players down in the Houston area have had the most experience playing with Gabby. I mean, I've run into him, you know, here and there, of course, across a lot of these Texas tournaments, but also, you know, some in Vegas and such. But yeah, he's a strong player, that is for sure. James Galloway says JP is very good. Don't sell him short. Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, JP, I think, has been my pick to win this from the beginning of the final table. Hunter, of course, no slouch either. I don't know last names or even JP's first or last name, so I don't know how to hen and mob these gentlemen, but all three of these players seem very accomplished. They seem very competent and knowledgeable about how to navigate, and we'll see how things go. Another button open, getting jammed on by Gabriel, and no count required. Quick fold.
Chipping away a little bit, 9 million
We all
for Gabriel.
in the yellow submarine. Yellow submarine.
And Gabby is pulling out the Yellow Submarine Beatles.
Let's go.
All
Great album, kiddos. I think it was a movie as well, if I'm not wrong, during the Beatles' heavy drug use stage. They wrote some of their coolest tunes.
That's where all the good stuff comes from.
Yeah. Started writing stuff a little different than just Can't Buy Me Love, you know?
Ace deuce here. Gabriel has gotten a few of these shoves through and now has more than 20 big blinds. Doesn't really need to do any more jamming. Can just casually open his button. And we may actually see a little bit of post-flop action before the blinds go up. And once again, everybody is up 20.
Ooh, pocket ace. Yeah. Ooh, spicy.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, this is just another mandatory jam. Gabriel, one more peek, quick fold. Yeah, these hands just sort of play themselves until you crash, you know, ace king into nines, things like that, right? I mean, ace queen, pocket eights, those could have gotten all the chips in against each other, but for now, the story continues of none of these all-ins getting called.
Yeah, Scott's right, saying all these guys are playing great. Been watching wire to wire. The entire house has been pulling for Jess, Scotty, and Gabby. And he's got one horse still in there, Gabby in the 2-seat. But I agree. Been a lot of, you know, good play, good laydowns, you know, some good aggression. Been a really fun final table. All right, we're going to get to see a flop this time. 10-4 and the Queen Triz. And how about all spades? Gabriel, the only player holding a spade.
All right, we're getting the name drops in the chat so that we can hen and mob some folks.
Thank you, Lauren.
So John Parks, I mean, all of the John Parks that pop up on my hen and mob search are like 40K and below on all-time earnings. If that's true, then we are absolutely devastating the high score here for JP. I mean, honestly, with the way he's played, I'm almost a little bit surprised if that's true. But perhaps he has a different moniker, or John is a middle name or something. I don't know exactly, but I'm also just going off of what James said. I presume that he is correct, but that's not right, says James. Yeah, I didn't assume so. But I don't know. Maybe you can search it and find the correct John Parks. Jonathan Park. Oh, okay. I put the S on there. And oh, here we go. Jonathan Park. Okay, 238,000 in lifetime earnings.
Here we go. All
oh yeah,
in.
we're all in, baby.
And a snap. Ace 10 of spades for Mr. Jonathan Park and Hunter Sitchy. Park versus Sitchy. Here we go. Hunter at risk, but in the lead with Ace King.
Not a lot there for the Ace 10 of spades. So looking good for the Ace King here. 14 million. Oh my goodness.
You
Four
jinxing
spades
son of a
on
gun.
the turn.
One time, Chris. Come on, man. Don't do me like
11 outs one time, JP. For the elimination, or does Hunter survive? It's the 9 of diamonds and Ace King high.
And
Gonna
we
hold.
have a new chip leader, Aaron.
That we do. Hunter seizes the lead, not by very much, but does indeed eclipse the stack of JP by just a few big blinds. All right,
Wow.
getting the lowdown here. Thanks, James. Appreciate the information there.
Yeah, great info. Thank y'all in the chat. And we got a brand new tournament. Still three-handed. Hunter now taking the lead. JP still pretty comfortable with 12.6 million. And Gabriel doesn't seem like much makes him uncomfortable. He's still rocking with 7.2 million.
Never easy.
I really want to be at a table at some point in my life with Gabby. He seems like a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's a character. All right, onwards and upwards. Gabriel now alone as the short stack, but still working with 18 big blinds. And honestly, we're not that far from another ladder or another level up.
Yeah,
we're going to go to 250,500, and Gabriel's going to be under ever more pressure. Our first button limp here from Gabby. And it is responded to with a check. So we'll go to a flop. Gabby in position. And waiting for the graphics to get caught up with the flop. But we are going to get a lead here from JP for one blind. As he connects with the middle pair, and that is going to be all she wrote. 10-9 does not continue. So all three of these players with quite a lot of final table experience. I looked up Hunter, and he's got over $1 million in live earnings, so a lot of experience at final tables for the gentleman in the 4 seat. Gabriel, let's see where he's at. Actually, I didn't look him up because I know that he's got a lot, but let's find out.
Hunter with the button now, and the chip lead.
1.8 million in live earnings for Gabriel. Yeah, this man just always finds himself deep in these tournaments. And it's JP that's, sort of the smallest in lifetime earnings, least experienced, one would say, in these spots. But all three of these players very accomplished, and no talk of a chop. Nobody interested in how many chips you got? Anybody want to think about ICM? I haven't heard a peep of that.
I heard one little grumble earlier, and it got shot down quick.
Was it when they got immediately to 3-handed?
4 or 5-handed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, Hunter's going to take that one down.
Hand number 96 coming on up. Gabriel dwindling to 14 big blinds with a level up approaching. In fact, the foreman, tournament director, in picture there, I presume, to announce a level up here shortly.
Might be our final hand here at 200, 400, 400. Our shorty in the small blind.
Alright guys, 5-minute break after the hand. Hopefully one of them are not here.
Oh, 5-minute break. Is that what I heard?
5-minute break, and then we'll have that level up.
Okay. Hunter will defend his big blind going into the break. Hopefully these players both with an opportunity to use the faculties after the hand is complete. Ace in the window, no sight of a queen or a 9, but there are 2 diamonds out there. Hunter controls the queen of diamonds. Joshua Casper saying they ought to tell you who's commenting in the description. You're not wrong. Should have that in there. I'm Aaron McAvoy. Joining me is Mr. Eric Van Loozen.
Uh-oh.
Check raise from Hunter here. Doesn't want to have just purely logical bluffs like 8-9 or 6-9, things of that nature. Wants to mix in some other stuff. And it's just not going to get through here.
Big stacks,
I mean,
tangling right before the break.
I mean, also can be doing this with diamonds, right? So if a diamond rolls off, then Hunter can be like, yeah, I've got the queen of diamonds, so I can also have like queen 6 of diamonds. And so, you know, the flush completing cards are good for me to represent. As it stands, picks up a gut shot, but JP picks up the up and downer. So it's sort of like the worst case scenario as far as Hunter's bluff lines go. But I just don't see how you pick up this equity and give up.
He went 3 million.
Agrees. And yeah, 3 million. This is setting up a river jam.
Yeah, this is spicy. Gabby's away from the table with, what, 12 big blinds left?
And this is super uncomfortable for JP. Like, yes, your hand is very good in like a 3-handed orientation, and like, can you be folding here? Not really. But what happens when your opponent jams on the river and you don't make a straight?
Sitting there with one pair, shit kicker, you know, just
So JP is probably chanting in his head, no diamond, no diamond, no diamond, no diamond. And what do we get? No diamond. Running 8s. And this is actually not good at all for a Hunter's 3-betting range. Because if he has ace-5, ace-7, 7-5, like, he's dead, right?
just going to have to rep a bigger ace.
Well,
And
has played pre-flop. I'm not sure he has too many of those, but
no.
We'll see if he gives it up. I mean, running 8s, yeah, it's just terrible. It's just one of these spots where like you can't do it. You can't pull the trigger.
Yep.
And JP
We still have a full break, right?
JP
Wow, what
takes
a
down
hand.
a massive pot. Doesn't have to sweat a river bet.
I'm gonna buy some of your browns though.
And just like you
And-
said, I don't think any sort of three barrel bluff all in there is going to get through. I don't think he's going to give him any of those bigger aces. Got the 6 in his hand, takes away from the straights. That was a really well-played hand, and well-played on his part to give up, because I think he would have been out had he put in another bet there.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's an aggressive line, though, that I will say,
Yeah, go back
and we're getting a lot of comments here in the chat about the play. So not very many people will check raise ace-high boards, simply from the standpoint of like ace-high boards against the pre-flop aggressor is you just at a massive range disadvantage. You don't get to do that very often. But the best players will actually use that to their advantage to be like, nobody ever does this, so I'll do it. And you'll be like, holy shit, he must have it because nobody does this. Like, check raising on an ace-high board, how can you have anything? If you have something, it must be the super nuts because you want to get paid. Ace-7, ace-5, 7-5, pocket 5s, right? Like, these, like, super nutted hands at top of range that are like, ooh, I hope you have an ace and I'm going to get paid. And that can instill a lot of fear. So
Yeah.
it's pretty cool to see when people really implement that at a high level with balance and thought, and not just like, all right, let's just try to win this one. It's pretty cool.
Well,
So,
just in time, I saw in the chat, check this out, Aaron, if you can see it. Advanced concepts in No Limit Holdem. Hunter Sitchy. So we've
All right.
got a poker book writer at our final table. So thank you guys for that info. Get it on Amazon or Kindle. Pretty cheap. No Limit Holdem, Modern Approach to Poker Analysis by Mr. Hunter Sitchy. So really great info. That's why we have y'all in the chat. That's awesome.
well, chose a difficult spot to go for the check raise and second barrel on the turn, just given the fact that his opponent had the top pair turned the up and downer, right? Like, just couldn't get him to budge from where he was, and then just the worst river. Like, I would have been really curious to see if Hunter would have tripled it off if the river had just been like an offsuit deuce or jack, right? Like, let's just
Right.
pick a card that completely doesn't interact with the board, and what does he do, right? Like, how does he approach it? That would have been perhaps more interesting than just like all your two pairs got counterfeit, and now your opponent is just gonna like shrug call it off with all of their best hands, which is pretty much all that they have left because ace-6 is bottom of range. I mean, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So,
All right. Well, I just got word that there is also a Spring Classic event going on. So this definitely applies to the folks in Houston watching. Spring Classic is on the website, TCH, March 19th through the 30th. It says go all in this March 19th through the 30th. Lots of cool events coming up. Starts on the 19th, goes all the way through the 30th. 8 No Limit Holdem and PLO events in spring. The calendar and schedule is up, so check that out right now. The Spring Classic coming to Texas Card House spring, March 19th through the 30th. I'm sure we will get that flyer up for the live stream tomorrow night and all streams going forward. But for you folks down in the spring area and Houston area, big tournament events starting on March 19th. And then, of course, don't forget the final Trailblazer event. You can actually get into that by firing in your hometown if you're not in Austin, where that one's going on. You got the Dallas location and Las Colinas hosting, I guess, some bullets you can fire on 326 and 327, 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Spring's going to have one on the 30th at 5 p.m. And TCH Houston is going to have one on the 31st at noon. So your opportunity to fire a bullet there, main event flight at the various locations, and then make it to day 2, hopefully, in Austin.
All right, the players have retaken their seats, a new dealer in the box, and we're gonna get cards back in the air here.
Well, I survived that orbit with my average time was like probably 7-3 off. So I'm supposed to get about my number.
And first blood goes to JP, fresh off of the break.
Somebody needs to tell Kirk that we do appreciate his backside, but get it off the screen.
This is a unique angle. I mean, I like the camera angle for sure, and it's cool that it sort of involves the rest of the room who may be like standing around watching on the rail, whatever. But it definitely is a unique perspective where you're usually just, you know, this exact thing. You're just looking at this dude's mug. Wow, button fold, king 7 off from Hunter, and I guess great timing because JP wakes up with the ace-jack suited. He's all in. Snap call from Gabby. Gabriel's all in.
How did he know? How did he know the king 7 was no good? Ace 9, ace jack, all in. All you folks rooting for Gabby, here is your chance. Root him on. He needs some love in the chat. He's in trouble with the ace 9 offsuit.
Way behind. His spades are covered. Needs clubs or a 9.
Hello.
And wow, there it is. 9 on the flop. The miracle 9. Now JP needs running spades or a jack. No opportunities here. It's a jack and a jack only, and it doesn't come. And just like that, Gabby doubles up to 10.4 million.
Ace 9 gets there. Gabby right back in this.
And stacks are very even now. Gabby on 10.35. JP now will still maintain the chip lead, but at 13.8 is sub 30 big.
I did hear the C word being fired around first time really tonight.
Normally I just want to play it out, but like, what do you got, 24 bigs?
Yeah, we all learned it.
They all got 20 bigs plus.
Okay, I got exactly 20 bigs.
Y'all want to pause the clock?
Yeah, pause.
All right. They are going to pause the clock and talk about some numbers here. I imagine they'll do some sort of play out, though, as there's a trophy and a big, big prize. I know I'll be disappointed, Aaron, if it goes a three-way chop and we just end it right here.
Yeah, so this is not uncommon, especially when you have exactly what just occurred. The short stack doubles through the chip leader, evens it out, and everyone looks around and is like, dude, we all have 20 bigs. Maybe someone's got a few more, but like, come on, man. Like,
yeah,
20 bigs. We're all decent players. It's not like one of us is just like a super scrub launching it all in with like 9 high every time. So what are we doing? Are we just going to see who gets lucky to play it out, or do we want to try to make things a little bit more equitable?
Right, 23,000. You know, between the second and third now. You know, seems like any of these three could be out in third now that they're so close.
Well, yeah, and it's 23 now and then another 35 later, too.
Exactly.
So, of course, you can always make a deal now and renegotiate the deal when you get down to heads up. With the remaining prize pool, that is certainly fair play. But, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, 23,000, that's a lot of money. I mean, that's half of what third place is already guaranteed, right? Like, these 3 players for sure getting 48,000 or right around it, right? If they continue to play with the current structure. A prize jump of 23,000. That's 50% increase. So
huge.
Busting now sucks.
Busting now sucks indeed. And we are Jedi on hand 99, so 115 is still safe. You're wanting it to go over. But yeah, we're just about to hit hand 100. Got the trophy put on the table. Has a little added incentive there.
10.35.
I'll try gambling one more time, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lose.
I'm not at the point where I can gamble yet, so we're gonna see where I'm at. Gambles a random 114, Mr. McAvoy does.
Yeah, I lose.
Woo. I can gamble now, boy.
Good luck, man.
Gamble it all. I bet it's all.
Yeah,
I won.
90. There you go.
So the numbers go like this: 79, 523, 73, 133, 2, and then 72 for.
And then you got the points too, because you have one more tournament, right? I won't be there. I'm going to be in Iceland, so I'll give you the points on the trophy. You're playing for the points.
The negotiations continue. If we had them mic'd up and we could hear them a little more clearly, I'd say let's just like try to listen in because we're fascinating.
And then play for the rest of the trophy and the points. 70 is a nice number.
70 each for second and third, and then play for the rest, they're saying? Maybe?
And then play for the rest. I mean, if we're going to shop, I just
All right, let's do some inventory here. There's 71.48, so 118, 218, 224 roughly total.
70, play for the rest.
So they're saying
Everyone's guaranteed 70.
So there'll be 13 back.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't just say like second and third get 70. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yes, nobody's got like some crazy huge lead. Yeah, that would be silly.
First place we'll play for the 15.
okay. So JP is going to take a little bit of a haircut on his ICM,
Little haircut.
given that he has a slight chip advantage. All 3 players are going to guarantee themselves $70,000. So it's an even chop for 70, with a remaining roughly 14,000 and change going to go to the winner. So it's going to be 70, 70, and then 80 for whatever for the first place finisher and the trophy. All right.
Gabby wants
Everybody
the
is
trophy
happy.
for his son, he says, so he's going to try to win that trophy. So will second and third both be getting 70, and then whoever wins it all gets that extra 15? Is that what we've decided? And the trophy?
Yeah.
Okay. I heard them saying something about 8,000, but for now, 70, 70, 70 across the board. We're going to play it out, though, for the trophy and that extra $15,000.
After I got that 9, you guys should have.
Like, if you have 40 bigs and you want to say you got an edge or something like that,
I don't think the tournament director cares if they chop, Alex, and the structure is appropriate, I think, to an $800 buy-in. 30-minute levels day 1, 40-minute levels day 2, and these players all came in pretty deep. I don't know. I think it's gone quite well, honestly. Everyone else could chime in with their own 2 cents, but I don't know. I feel like these players are perfectly reasonable in the chop. I think the play has been at a good pace. Maybe you could add an extra level or 2 in there. I do think like the 175, 350 level, when you go from 100, 200 on up to 200, 400 that rapidly, is something that I would like to see. So I would agree with you. I would have respect to some of the structure there. But
yeah, I would have loved to see them play it out, but they just decided to do this, so that's what we got.
I'll talk to more about it after because I had no idea this was
Well, I don't know who the you is, Fireman Scott, but we're just sitting here watching with you, and we sure as hell didn't suggest they do this.
Oh, I think he's talking to the players.
I sure as hell hope so.
Eric, you ruined it.
I ruined it for Scott, damn it.
You ruined it.
I'm up here in Dallas in a booth by myself, and somehow I ruined it for my fireman brother.
Jared Park says JP took a big cut. He definitely took a haircut there. I don't think it's that out of the realm of reasonableness or whatever the right word there is. What I would say is that when you get to a spot like this and you think about going out in 3rd place for 48 when you could just lock up 2nd place money right now, there's a real big temptation to do that.
Oh yeah, it's
no matter how good of a player you are or think you are or how bad you think your opponents are, which of course, like if we think about it, let's also remember Gabriel has 1.8 million in live earnings and Hunter has 1.2. JP has not quite 300K. So like there's a big disparity in that department. Not that that's like super important, but like it kind of is, right? Like you kind of get to wave your metaphorical D around and be like, look, I've got over $1 million in live earnings. What do you have, bro? Like, take a chop or I'm going to bust you. Now, nobody said that. JP didn't, like, have that vibe thrust upon him. But, you know, there's some of that, too. So, yes, he took a haircut. Wasn't that big of a deal. I don't think.
And just in time, he did wave his metaphorical D and jammed all in. Took down some money. So they are playing this out just for some different amounts than we originally had thought.
Hey, Jack joining us here in the chat. Yeah, congratulations to you as well, sir. A great run. Fantastic finish in 5th place, man. And,
yeah, great job,
look
Jack.
Look forward to seeing you again here in Austin, man. Take care.
Yeah, we really were complimentary of how you handled some of those swings and got a really nice ladder up there. So great job, Jack.
Yeah, that's going to be your high watermark there, Jack. Yeah, well done, man. I didn't know your last name, so I couldn't search you on the old mob, but good for you, man. Happy for you. Ace-7 versus Queen-10, all in. Gabriel here with the covering stack. Hunter at risk, but ahead.
Actually, 10 queen.
Gabby calling for both the 10 and the queen. It's neither.
Clean.
Oh, there's the lady. Diamonds, though.
But no, it's never.
Yeah, Hunter's still drawing alive.
There it
And
is.
there it is.
Oh.
Gabriel now down to dust. Gonna be 4.5 big blinds remaining in this stack as the hood has come off for Hunter.
Yeah, we get a sneak peek of what the brother looks like.
So we're going to do inventory here, make sure that Hunter gets the double up he is entitled to. But yeah, Gabriel going to be on the button with 4.5 bigs, staring down the barrel of a third place finish for 70,000. Always has that chance to spin it back up though, but you know, when you lock up 70 and you're playing for 14 or 15,000 on top of that, but you have to beat the 2 other guys and you have 4.5 bigs or whatever, I mean, you kind of phone it home. You're like,
ranges
are yeah, we had our run, we did a good thing, and now we're on the button with 4 bigs. Like, we're all in. It doesn't matter what those cards are. We're in, and we're doubling and doubling again right after it, or we're going home.
Either sun running or we're being shown the moon.
I might only see one.
Roland did the old, hey man, it's been forever. How you been? And then Jack just stared at him like, do I know you?
High five.
That's funny. I mean, how many times have I had someone come up to me and be like, dude, what's up? And I'm like, who are you? And then they're like, oh shit, are you not like James whatever? And I'm like, no. It's weird, dude. Like, I don't feel like I have that face that just like looks like everybody, but I have had that happen on more than one occasion.
So we're all in blind on the button, or yep, we're blind, and we're actually ahead. The dirty diaper is going to try to knock out the big gapper, 10-5.
Yeah, this is JP calling blind as well for just another 3 blinds. It's like, whatever. We're getting it in there. 2 live cards for JP, though, to improve. Let's find out.
That was a savage queen right there.
Oh, it turns out the count was wrong. Does make a little bit more sense why you would blind call. It's actually 2 blinds, 2.5 blinds. There is a deuce. Gabriel now behind and needs to improve.
Counterfeit option.
And could play on a 7.
No.
But it's not to be. And Gabby is going to be our 3rd place finisher. Fantastic run. Mr. Gabriel Andrade, thank you so much for joining us. Another fantastic showing. Well played, sir. We'll see you in the next one.
A lot of fun. A lot of fun, Gabby, and a lot of fans in the chat rooting him on. 3rd place, but of course we know he locked up 70 grand with that little bit of bargaining they did for a 3-way chop. But still 3rd place out of 859 is pretty badass. So well done, Gabby. Another deep run.
Yeah, and secured the basically 2nd place payout, right? Like 70K instead of going home with the 48 is pretty nice. And now the remaining players who have already locked up that 70K are going to be playing for roughly 15K, like 14 something.
15K in that beautiful, nice crystal trophy. Chip stacks almost dead even. Hand number 103.
can't be big blind twice. I just asked.
I guess with the big
Well, you can't be big blind twice in a row. That's the one thing that matters. JP was just a big blind.
Yeah, help a brother out. Don't make him pay that big ante twice.
The way the button goes is the button is whoever posted up the last biggest blind and stuff will be the button, and it's always the button's a small blind, and the big blind is always away from the button. So you deal away from the button.
So always deal first away.
You always deal away from the button first, and whoever posted the biggest blind keeps the button.
Yeah. That makes
So if he was the big blind last hand, he's
Yep.
the button.
Okay.
And the button's always a small blind. Big blind's always away from the button. You deal away from the button first.
Yeah, just making sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed.
Yep.
But I
Never deal the
that
button
was-
first.
That was pretty funny. All right, here we go. Going into heads up, both players bang on even in chips, plus or minus just a little bit. And we're still at the 500K level, so it's like 30 bigs apiece. So we may see a little bit of back and forth, play some post-flop. But I think the over-under at 115 is like, that's a pretty good spot. That is a pretty good spot for that.
Nailed it, Jedi. Unless we just jinxed you.
Well, I took the under, so 12 hands. No connection for either player here. King high best with some backdoor spade opportunities. JP with the betting lead as well. But happy to check back, since this board is not that great. And King high has some showdown heads up. Picks up the king on the turn. Hunter picks up a gut shot. And gut shot or no? Hunter is done with the hand. First blood goes to JP.
We chopper handed with Gabby. Chopper handed with Gabby. But we're playing for the rest. For 15,000.
Another tournament crusher making his appearance in camera there. Forgot his name though.
Yeah, I don't recognize the player from
The back.
that angle. All right, suited one gapper here on the button. Could be worthy of an open unless Hunter employs a limping strategy at this stack depth. It appears he does, so we're going to go limp and check to a flop. Rebel Poker says, no chop, no chop. I hate to break it to you. They did. They did. The chop happened already.
There you go. Jared let me know the guy's name is Vlad.
I do think that we can be pretty confident that they're not going to do any adjustment on the payouts at this stage. 70K locked up, playing for 15. I don't think there's ever a chance that they say, you know what, I'm tired of playing, or I think we should take another 5K out of that each and play for 5 or something. I just don't see that happening. So I think we still get a very entertaining and interesting heads-up match for 15,000, which is still fun. Ace Queen suited for Hunter, facing a limp. I think I just noticed that Hunter's wearing 2 hoodies. For some reason, I guess I just thought that I just wasn't paying that much attention, but it's hoodie on hoodie action. He can double hood, 1 hood or no hood. The world is his oyster. I think I would prefer it though, like if you're gonna wear 2 hoodies, that you wear one of them backwards so that you can pull the hood up over your face. Like 1 forward hood, 1 backward hood, I think is the appropriate.
Cut out some eye holes, maybe?
Well, I mean, do you need to? I don't know. I think when you go front hood, like you really lean into it. You go full front hood. But you could cut out some eye holes if you want. Or maybe just 1 eye hole, you know? David Pratt joining us in the chat. What's up, buddy?
Just in time for Aaron's 1 eye hole comment. A security blanket. Yeah, indeed. And 107. Can we make it? 8 more hands.
Yeah, I don't know. I may... next opportunity I get to play at a final table, I'm going to show up with my normal yellow hoodie on, but underneath I'm wearing like a thin TCH hoodie on backwards, and like you can't see the hood, and then I'm just going to, you know, I'm going to go all in,
1 eye hole.
pull the front hood out, and just... No eye holes. Just
no eye
I'm
holes.
going to go all in, and then I'm going to pull the front hood over so you can't see my face. I'll get no reads.
Driving down the highway and your hood pops up. You know, there he is. Just can't see nothing.
It's the same experience. I mean, your hood pops up. Yeah, you can't see nothing.
Pretty good flop for the J9.
A better one for the... Oh, never mind. What I saw on the screen was incorrect. What was on the flop is good for the J9. Makes sense. Pratt says the real power move is to have a spare gate under your hat.
Spare hat.
Oh,
under your hoodie.
A spare hat under your hat. Ah, okay, yeah. And Alice says that's a bulletproof hoodie on the inside. I mean, it's Houston. I guess maybe you gotta wear double bulletproof hoodies around there. I don't know, man. No. All right, hand number 108. We approach the 115 mark ever so slowly. Ace 4 here for Hunter. No limping this time. He's going to take it up to 3x.
Yeah, not every day you get to play a heads-up match for $15,000. Was going to be $36,000 almost, but 15, nothing to balk over.
Great flop here for Hunter. JP with a whole lot of nothing. Hunter checks back. I find this very unusual.
And boom. Rewards his opponent with top pair.
Yeah, it's not very often that you flop top pair of 4s I mean, his hand is very strong for the flop texture, but yeah, I mean, any overcard, which is almost always coming, is the danger of improving your opponent. So 2.2 million. I mean, 4 big blind bet. Hunter makes the call, and a king on the end. There really shouldn't be any kings in Hunter's range here. JP should be able to continue for value with 8 million in the middle. I mean, this is a great spot for half pot, I think. 4 milli.
Looks like he agrees. 3.6. 3.7.
Yeah, and Hunter kind of signed himself up for a bluff catcher here, checking back the top on the flop. And now it's like really uncomfortable because he's under-repped the strength of his hand, but the strength of his hand has gone way by the wayside. I mean, a pair of 4s is now just a pair of 4s. Top pair, flop, whatever. I don't know.
Makes the call.
Yeah, I might need to read the book for that one. I mean, I understand.
Sick needle,
like,
bro.
No, I mean,
I know.
I'm being serious because there are times where like you check back strong hands. I don't know. I mean, it's no, I'm not. I wasn't.
Yeah,
trying to
maybe
make
thinking that
case,
the not only the ace but the 5, you know, that could come out potentially giving him a straight is, you know, gives him more strength to that hand. But a 4 is just not often going to be that strong on any turn, you know, besides those. So I'm with you there. I think.
Well, and the other side of the coin too is like if you're going to get value from a 2 or a 3, get it now, right? Because like if your opponent has a 2 or a 3, now let's be fair, like you open to 3x on the button, so he probably doesn't have a ton of them. It's going to be more weighted towards like base cards and connected middling cards. But like if he folds 8-9 suited with a backdoor flush draw to your C bet, like that's fine, right? Like it's not terrible. And if he calls you with a 3 or a 4, I mean, maybe the thought there is, again, I'm just sort of working my way through this. Maybe the thought there is like if he's connected with this board in any way to continue, it's going to be like he's smashed it, like 5-6 or a set of 2s. I don't know. I'm going to stop thinking about it. But
100%.
I'm fascinated. I'm always fascinated to see people play. And obviously, Hunter is a very accomplished player. So
Very much so, yeah.
To check that back is very curious.
I'm with you, Sam. We'll give him a break. Hunter now getting to hit his card on the turn after being checked too.
River 5 here, no change. Hunter will finish with the best hand. And a large bet here, 80% pot, thereabouts. Ace high, definitely in the realm of possibility for hero calls. Ace 6, though, if you call all the way down to Ace 6, you should be thinking more about blocker properties. Yes, you block like 6-3, but is that relevant? I'm not sure. Basically, you're calling with every ace high if you call with ace 6. And that might just be a little bit too much hero calling. See how JP deciphers this large river bet and does get away from it. Not quite 2-to-1 chip advantage here still for JP, but an advantage nonetheless, as we are going to get another dealer change, and I presume a level up before too much longer. Going to get a cooler or some sort of big collision that leads to an all-in, or steady as she goes?
It appears to be steady as she goes, but we've got some similar holdings here. Could be recipe for disaster if the flop cooperates.
An interesting one for sure. Both players with a decent piece here. JP miles ahead though with the top pair and covering diamond. Gut shot and middling diamond for Hunter though. Yeah, when checked to is going to give him a chance to stab. This was limped button, check, big blind, and a 1 big blind bet from Hunter in position. Check raise incoming. 1.4 million, and Hunter says, no, I don't think I want to improve my hand. Or if I do, it will be very hard to know if that was a good decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Good lay down there. Did get pretty good flop for those 2 holdings, but all right, hand number 111. Getting closer and closer to that over-under of 115 hands. Final 2 guys battling out for $15,000 after they decided to do a 3-way even chop and play it out for the rest, including that trophy on the table, the very nice Trailblazer main event trophy.
Big hand on the button for JP.
Shout out
And
from
it looks
AC
like-
to
looks
Colt.
like he's been a limp.
Now let's see what Hunter wakes up with here. The old 6-4 Impala. It looks like it was a raise. Not a
Okay.
limp. There we go. Got the graphic now.
Potentially another spot for the check raise ace high board, but I don't think we're going that route. In fact, just an easy quick fold.
This is the top stack of the tournament so far, almost 23 million for JP.
Yeah, solid 2-to-1 advantage over Hunter, but still, I mean, Hunter doubles up and the rolls just reverse. Which is always kind of crazy, right? It feels like you have this huge advantage if you get a 2-to-1 advantage over your opponent. You're like, I have 2/3 of the chips in play, man. But like, you can't double them up, man. Now you're right where they are. But it does feel good when you get a 4-to-1 advantage. And you're like, yeah, I could double you up and still have you covered, man. That's what it feels good. All right, King 3, Jack 9, hand number 112. Hunter limps the button. JP here, I think this is like right in your wheelhouse of, oh, you're gonna limp or open. I'm gonna 3-bet or bet myself. I like the King 3. Don't have to do it all the time, but it's a juicy one. Sides against it, and we both see a flop 10 high, 2-tone. No one connects. Checky, checky. Pretty good card for the King High here against the button limp.
That's the min.
Yeah, one big blind. I mean, it's limp, so there's only 3 in the middle. So 1/3, and yeah, I mean, Hunter calls with just the naked flush draw. It gets there. And the 9 of spades is definitely strong enough for a value bet. Oof. Wow. Very surprised about this check. I mean, in my mind, it's like if your opponent has a 5 or a 6 that checked flop and is now betting because the turn paired the 10 and I don't have any 10s. Like, rep a flush, rep an ace, whatever. Gotta get paid there. But we continue. Still 2-to-1 advantage, even with the small pot going the way of Hunter.
Shout out again to all the dealers tonight. This is Colton in the box. He's got a shout out from his friend AC in the chat. A lot of dealer changes tonight and really no slowing down. So great job, TCH Houston dealers.
Top pair and a gutty for JP. Hunter nowhere near this. Does have the 9 of clubs working for backdoor opportunities. Running 7-8 would also bring in top end of the straight, but it's going to be tough to get there with a half pot bet on the button. Could have been sort of a creative spot to do some check raising perhaps, because there are quite a few turn cards that give you some interaction, but just lets it go. And number 114, it all comes down to this.
Jack 7 on the button. Just gonna limp. And Jack 6. Definitely be a spicy situation here if we get something on the flop. And no.
Next hand, blinds are going up 300, 600.
King, queen, 8, 2 diamonds.
600 down to big blind 80. Next hand.
Yeah, high likelihood of a chop if we just like run out 2 more cards, but of course Hunter in position when check 2 just gets to see bet, or rather put a 1 big blind wager out there.
All right, blinds are going up. They're at 300, 600, 600. JP still holding about a 2-1 chip lead over Hunter. Ace-3 on the button for JP. And he
All
is
in
just
from JP.
Rip it, yeah.
And we've definitely gotten to that point. Now at 600K, where with this chip advantage and just the fact that Hunter doesn't even have 20 bigs, there's just going to be a lot of this now with the marginal stuff. I think you start limping or small raising with your more fringe candidates, your like super junk and your premiums.
Hunter on the button with the Jackson 5. And pretty damn good flop for the J5. Nothing doing for JP. Quick check from him. Hunter hoping his opponent has landed something, maybe a king or some sort of a draw, but kind of had the lion's share of that. Hand number 117, so we have gone over Jedi Master Ted's over-under from earlier. And if you just tuned in late, these were the payouts tonight. When we got down to third place, all the players were pretty close to even. They all decided to take $70,000 and then play for the final $15,000 and the trophy. Gabby was our third place finisher, took home that $70K. Next man out here will also be getting $70K. Winner will get that trophy and right at $85K. JP gonna call on the button. Now Hunter woke up with a pair. He's gonna rip it with the pocket fours and just take that down there. $1.5 million in the pot, just in blinds each hand.
Yeah, it's expensive to lose a few of those in a row, that's for sure. Suited blackjack hand here on the button. I presume we're just limping this along with everything else. And that there is a real advantage to limping on the button at this stage of a tournament. When stacks are short, you just get to play everything. Your opponent never knows if you're trapping. The downside is that your opponent always gets to see a flop, right? Like, you don't get to use that pressure of, I'm going to be in position, I'm raising you with 6 high. Do you want to continue? And just picking up their chips for free. What? We could just flop a flush draw, turn a flush. Usually pretty good. JP has super dust here. Queen high showdown is not looking very good. And Hunter's going to need to start building a pot now that he has a made hand.
1.8 million.
Full pot for 3 big blinds.
Takes it down. Hunter now up to 13 million. Sounds like there's some good action going on in the room down there in Houston. Love both seeing and hearing that. It's a beautiful room. If you haven't been there, the newest Houston location off Westheimer. How'd you enjoy it, Aaron?
I liked it. I'd forgotten somehow or another that I'd actually been there late last year for the first time. So I was looking back in my log and I was like, I feel like I've been here before, but I thought that I hadn't, right? So I was like, I was confused. Yeah, I was there. I went down there for like a PokerAtlas main or something like that back in November. And I think I remember why I don't remember having gone there, because it all came back to me just how bad I ran in that room. Because I got wrecked. It was just like 3 straight, just like bam, 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 toast. And it all came back to me when I walked in there, and I was like, oh yeah, I have been here. 4 high for JP on the button with a bad gut shot, but Hunter checking flop, does not check on the turn. 2/3 pot. JP here has some devious intentions. I was going to say, normally you'd want a 6 to continue, maybe a 9 for a bluff, but the 4-3 is, it's a juicy candidate here because you've got 4 high, and, you know, he probably doesn't have it, whatever it is. And indeed, we can see that Hunter does not have it. He has a double gutter, which you don't just go folding willy-nilly, but this action looks pretty strong, and he does let it go. Really well played there by JP, finding the raise. That one.
Yeah, like it from JP, like you said, if you lose a few of these hands in a row, it definitely doesn't feel good, and he felt like for the second hand in a row, maybe Hunter was a little light, and he could take that away from him, and great job there with just the 4 high. 6, no good for him, so bet it and take it. AC, I believe you, and I'll have to take you up on that, as I'm going to hopefully be down in Austin in a few weeks. Not been to that new room yet, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, you got to come down, and we'll go get some Taco Bell. I think. Oh, that's right.
Somebody owes you a little Taco Bell, don't they?
That's right. I might go. I might do like a 2-day fast so that I can
really load up.
Yeah, I'll be like, look, man, I'm gonna get you for $25 on this order.
Left side of the menu.
Yeah, it's just all premium items.
Yeah, no KFC combo, okay? It's got to be a Taco Bell only.
I would never dare
to
pollute my Taco Bell order with KFC, okay?
Good man, good man.
All right, we continue heads up here. Hand number 121. JP still with a sizable chip advantage, but it's anyone's game. Still waiting for that momentous collision between the pocket pair and the big Broadway card, something like that to sort of create some drama. But as of now, it's just more middling cards and players seeing flops for the low price of 1 big blind. Not much happening here. Middle pair for Hunter, a whole lot of squadouche for JP.
Another ace on the turn, another heart. Hunter is going to check, but feeling good about his jack now with a second ace on board.
Gorditas are not really my favorite, but I would eat a bag of them. I really would at this stage. My body is ready.
What a gentleman.
Yeah, this should just be a little one and done for JP. When he gets called here, it's kind of like, oh, like, you just always have a pair. Maybe like a king high, but probably not even getting that to fold. This is going to be one of JP's worst unpaired hands. So maybe he just has to go for it. I think if he's going to bet, though, I mean, this is check back flop, limp pre, check back flop, and then start betting turn.
Yeah.
You're going to have so many bluffs. Like, you just have to absolutely blast this. And he is going to. He's going to go over pot. One more peek. Oh, that's wild.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Oh, I've never seen that before. Cut it out, then look, then bet.
Makes the call.
Yeah. I mean, Jack is the super nuts here, right?
More often than not, and caught the man slipping, and here we are, 16-9 and 15-6-5. Much closer now. Was 2-1 at the start of this in favor of JP. Hunter now taking the chip lead. And it's heads up, and we know we've got the wives and the family members who've already been watching and commenting, you know, Everybody's all on edge of their seats. Who's going to get that trophy and the extra $15,000? But everybody's happy knowing that both these guys are going home with at least $70,000.
Ooh, and we've got a big one developing here, at least insofar as one player controlling a premium. We haven't seen one of these in a little while. A couple of jacks on the button for Hunter. And yeah, given that equalizing hand that we just played, right? I mean, both players were on about 25 big blinds. But whereas Hunter has largely been limping the button, now we're going to get a raise. 3 big blinds, so it's limp for 1 or raise to 3. There's no sort of 2 big blind opens in the range here. JP makes the call with King 6 offsuit. And wow, what a flop for jacks. Isn't that the one that you just dream about?
Every time you look down at those jiggities, you're like, yeah, give me all the overcards, not a single one of my suits.
Yeah, I mean, this is miserable. And again, this is similar to what happened before where he opened a 3x, got called, and then checked back the 4-high board, right? Like, your opponent should be folding a fair bit for 3x. When they do call and you get a board like this, I mean, it feels like they've got to connect. Of course, he still has the range advantage. I mean, right? He's going to have a lot of the good aces. JP here just on a lowly king, but he's not folding yet.
Hello.
And, well, okay. Now you love it. Now you're like, please let him have all of that. We want him to have all of that.
Please let my opponent be tricky with some sort of a 2-pair holding so I can get paid.
Yeah, and we're like dreaming of King 10 or Ace 10 right now. As it stands, though, I mean, he wants to get all the chips in. SPR is 2, so shouldn't be hard to do that. But any size here is going to be really tough for JP to continue. I mean, we know what Hunter wants to happen, he wants him to have, but the King 6 here is just playing a naked king at this point, and just really tough to call. I mean, in fact, if anything, you'd want your opponent to have the 6 of diamonds, have them open to 3x on the button with just like 8-6 of diamonds or something. $3.5 million is the wager. Setting up the 3/4 pot river jam if called. And JP is going to make this call.
Wow. And going to be left with, what, 8.6 million going to the river.
Super brick on the end. Diamonds miss. But JP, I mean, at this point, he literally just beats a stone cold bluff. I mean, he needs Hunter to just have
8s
9 high, 8 high. I mean, I don't know that any pocket pair is taking this line, maybe, but yeah, I'm envisioning more something like 8-7 of diamonds now at this point. I mean, right? It's like it's getting really narrow. And obviously Hunter is like, please just no diamond on the end. Don't put a queen out there or something. 5 of spades is perfect. And he doesn't even go all in. He bets small. In position, just trying to milk another $4.5 million out of JP here. And maybe this small size is actually going to get the job done. Maybe JP is like, oh, I mean, you just get here with dust and figure you have to bet something, so you go small. I roll my eyes and
oh, wow. Did not see that coming.
Yeah, I think, I mean, had it been just a busted 9 high, 8 high, whatever, it would look brilliant. And I don't know. I mean, I don't study heads up, but
yeah, the 3x open from the button. You know, just not sure what type of hands that he would have there that would be bluffs, but JP came to the conclusion that he was indeed coming through with a 3-barrel bluff and wanted to pick him off. And obviously, if he was right, he would have had the lion's share of the chips himself. But instead, he is left with, what has he got here, Aaron? 8 big blinds?
Yeah, not even quite.
Yeah. Tough hand there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like seven bigs basically bang on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a case of sort of good chips going in after bad. I mean, obviously, sitting there at the table, you've got a very competent opponent who's got a board that looks like it's just perfect for them. As they continue betting, it's like you either have a jack or you don't. But then the river, like, tiny bet is like, shit. Now he doesn't even have to have a jack, right? Like, now he can just have, like, ace-king. Or whatnot. I don't know. That one's just really tough. I think it was maybe a bit of optimism and maybe a bit of exhaustion too. I mean, right? These guys have been playing 124 hands. They've been at it not only since like a little before 5 o'clock Central, but kind of waiting around for a little while before as we dealt with those technical issues. It's been a long day, and they played a lot of poker before this. You know, he went for it, and it wasn't the right spot. But now he's got a long and difficult road to climb back into this thing. But one double up gets him a good chunk of the way there. Here's a walk. Ace 10 suited for JP. He's like, oh, cool, thanks.
Yeah. Just dusted off my chips. I get a premium. I want to get it in, and I get a walk.
Still 7 bigs. And he'll be on the button. An opportunity to perhaps pick up a couple of blinds. Some venues and some tournament formats do reduce the big blind when we get to, like some places will do it at like 6-handed or 5-handed or whatnot, and then reduce it again at like 3-handed. We don't do that. We just keep the big blind in there, and I actually like that. I mean, I think it keeps it consistent. It doesn't.
Oh my gosh! Stepping into it here, Aaron. King 3, king high, often good heads up, but he is running right in to the 2 red ladies. Could this be it for JP, and could we have a winner for our Trailblazer main event?
No help there. Does have 3 to a straight, but hearts are not working. And there is a little bit of life, but the offsuit 5 does not come, nor does the king, and that is indeed going to do it. Hunter here is your main event champion. Going to be taking down the trophy, and the first place prize is going to be roughly $85,000 after that 3-way deal. Congratulations to Hunter for coming through there. And also, congratulations to JP for runner-up. Fantastic showing from all of these players.
Absolutely. Great job there, JP, taking home that $70,000. They did do a three-way chop, $70,000 for all of our final 3 players, and then they played it out for $15,000 in the trophy, and that is going to go to Hunter. Great job. And might want to check out his book. Mentioned that earlier. He is a book writer. If I can get back to that screen. Advanced Concepts in No Limit Holdem by Hunter Sitchy. Check it out. Got a big old great white shark on the cover. Get it for like $20-something on Amazon.
Pretty cool. Yeah, fantastic going. And, I mean, really well played poker here by all these guys tonight, right? I mean, I think JP, he'll look back at that King-6 hand and probably wrinkle his nose a little bit and be like, that was ambitious. But you know what? You're up against a really talented opponent, and he could have dust there. I mean, that looks like his board, and you got a pair. So it's understandable to put your foot down. Just didn't work out that time. Still a great showing, and I suspect we're going to see a lot more JP, as we've already seen a lot of Gabriel and Hunter as well. So yeah, congratulations to everybody. Really well played.
Absolutely, and we might get another screenshot if we get the camera angle right to show Hunter sitting in front of his winning hand and the trophy. But wanted to remind everybody once again, Spring Classic coming to TCH in spring, March 19th through the 30th. A lot of events. I think it's 8 No Limit Holdem and PLO events total, starting on the 19th, going all the way through the 30th. And then, of course, the Trailblazer finale is coming, and you can actually get in from other locations. So you can fire a main event flight at TCH Social in Las Colinas or Dallas on the 26th, 27th, Spring on the 30th, or TCH Houston on the 31st. Your chance to play in that season finale of this very Trailblazer event. We're going to crush that guarantee. They beat this one by over 100,000. I imagine we're going to have, even more in this one. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Hope to see some folks down there. And there's another free roll event down there too, a 50K free roll going on, the last chance during that season finale. So a lot of cool stuff going on. Like you mentioned, Aaron, a lot of cool tournaments going on in the state of Texas right now. So great opportunities to win a big prize like these guys and gals did tonight.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, that's going to do it here for myself, Aaron McAvoy, Eric Van Loozen up there in Dallas. We will be joining you again tomorrow night here on TCH Live across all of our streaming platforms for more high-stakes cash action from Texas Card House in Dallas. We look forward to seeing you guys there tomorrow evening. And, of course, be tuned in for all of our future final table broadcasts for all of our big tournaments. Of course, we will have a few more coming up here in the not-so-distant future. So we'll see you guys all again here soon on TCH Live. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in and helping us out. And we look forward to hanging out with you once again.
Peace.
Talk to you guys later. Good night, everybody.
See you guys later.